Greetings, mortals, and welcome back.
To the elemental planes. We were in what, water plane? Passed me, left me fish to save, didn't he? That son of a bitch. How dare he? Oh shit, I'm cursing in the first 30 seconds of a YouTube video. Well, demonetized. Doesn't matter, my YouTube channel isn't monetized anymore. You can thank the Suicide Forest guy, whichever one that guy was. It's one of the Pauls, right? So that term's banned on TikTok. So, but yes, so my YouTube channel is demonetized because of rules that they put into place after one of the largest creators on the platform did a objectively terrible thing. They decided, oh, well, rather than go after the really powerful people on the platform, what if we just made it so that we demonetized everyone who was under a higher threshold than before? So my channel got demonetized. They basically retroactively changed the monetization threshold to be higher, not by a ton. It's like, I don't know, you need like 1,000 subscribers or something like that. But before it was like 100, and I met the threshold, and now I don't meet it anymore. So, but that threshold was changed as there's in response to backlash from one of the largest creators on the platform. So it has like nothing to do with. So if you're ever seeing an ad on my YouTube videos, bear in mind I don't get a cut of that. So ad blockers, do them. Honestly, even if I was getting a cut of them, ad blockers, do them anyway. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. Don't care. Not my business. I mean, it is literally my business, but that's only true on a very technical level. So, hey, Astro Kitty and Celestial. Though Astro Kitty, that was like 15 minutes ago, so Astro Kitty's probably not even here anymore. Okay. So when last we left off, we were checking... Yeah, no, we got to check Discord to see if there's updates and to link. Do the linky link. Not here now. I'm always here. I've been here the whole time. Let's see. So we're popping over to the Moz. We have this thing. Click on this button. Click on this button. Last update 2 days ago. We updated yesterday, so we don't have to worry about it. We can put a linky link in the Let's Play if we so please. We're going to go ahead and do that so I don't get yelled at. This is probably the last one I'm doing unless people start talking in the Let's Play channel, because I'm not willing to have the entire Let's Play channel just be links to my thing. So I've been feeling antisocial lately, so I haven't been paying attention to what's going on in there, but it's all good. So here we go. Next on our agenda is clicking the buttons to make the game show up. That can be done now. There we go. Yes, I saved under danger in dungeon, and we were dealing with the very difficult back area over here. So I should probably loot these ponies. No, I shouldn't, because my inventory is full.
No room have
So
too
that
much.
takes up both of those slots.
We have too much. No room. No room. Any room. No room.
No room. No room.
I really like this song. Okay, so we're going to save this under danger. We're going to invis, not that it matters. It's not going to impact the thing that we care about at the moment. Okay, so... Oh, I guess I should probably explain what was going on yesterday, because some people might not know about the fly limits and how I'm interacting with the skybox right now. So, the way that I'm trying to navigate this involves some shenanigans with the max height you can get to. With... Actually, are you next to a... I think that I actually have to clear these first. Yes. These are right next to a fish. So we're in the green. This fish is clear. Nope. Okay. Okay, these fish are safe. So I had forgotten that there's fish over here that I need to keep in the clear. I believe we're safe. So basically, you can climb higher than you're allowed to get to with flying. And if you try to fly higher when you're already above the limit, it actually shunts you directly down to the limit. It instantaneously. It doesn't like make you start going down. It teleports you to the limit of how high you're supposed to get with flying. And what I can do with that is get so high above the enemies. Okay, and I should clarify, that only happens if you try to go up. If you try to go down, you're fine. It'll behave normally, so you'll just go a little bit down from where you are. So what you can do with that is you can climb to the top of a mountain, jump off of the mountain, and then hit the fly down button. That'll lock you into a fly position that's way higher than the limit that you're supposed to be able to get to, right? So limit's down here, I'm flying up here. So generally speaking, the fly limit is low enough that you can aggro enemies that are below you. But you can, if in a place like this, you can get way higher. So what I'm basically doing in order to manage this pack is I'm dropping directly on top. So there's a bunch of like turtles down here. I'm up here too far for them to trigger, so I'm not just not aggroing them, their AI doesn't activate. So they're not moving toward the fish that are over here, right? And then I'm teleporting down straight to them and immediately giving them so that they don't have the opportunity to go toward the fish. That's basically the gist of what's happening with this setup here. The previous time I did it with the melee group was fundamentally similar, except I was basically going to do the same thing and then immediately go directly down so that I'm just a little bit above where they can attack me, but I'm still closer to them than the fish are. So their behavior makes them approach me instead. That was how I dealt with saving the fish in the previous one. I don't think I was able to get every fish, though. I think some of the fish I wasn't able to save that way because of the fact that like there'd be multiple fish endangered by groups that were too close together for me to be able to handle them. But that's the basic gist. So what you'll see here is that I'm now way high up. I'm not high enough up. Uh-oh. Okay, let's reload. I didn't get high enough. There's higher things near here. Yes, these. I need to get up this mountain. This mountain's way higher. I think I was still above the hitbox, or the skybox, but there we go. So we're now way high up. Let's save this under danger still. Let's not save anything under dungeon, because I've been a bit closer to these than I would like. We need to get an eye on where everybody is. And I believe the group I'm looking for is over there, but I need to... That fish is dead. That fish is directly under the thing in the middle there. So we need to basically position ourselves here, take an immediate pot shot. We're then looking this way. We're starting to take pot shots into turtles. And these turtles might actually be the priority rather than the other ones, because they might be a little closer. We'll see. The other thing that I could do, actually, if I stand over here instead... What did I just hit? Okay. If we stand over here instead, we can do this. Switch hands. Go this way. Okay, did anybody see any green over there other than the one that we were looking at originally? I might have to kill 2 separate groups of turtles to make this happen before... That one is still alive. So, what we're going to do... We're going to save this under... We're going to save this under dungeon. Okay, we have you. We have to clear out the things that are actually up above now, which is fine. This is actually going to help us out. This reduces the number of enemies that we have to deal with in total. We do still need to get up there, I guess. We're not as high up as I'd like to be. Because the turtles and the tritons are unable to fly. They don't have fly in here. The water elementals have fly. So, basically, what that means is that the turtles are bound by the floor, except they'll just slowly fall down when they get up a cliff. They'll slowly fall to the bottom because of the way the gravity works in this area. There's kind of like moon gravity here. But the elementals can just come straight up at me. So, why am I in the yellow? Who the fuck is close enough? Oh shit. Oh, is that a boss? No. Okay. No, we're not in the shoals. We're just in the water elemental plane. We're trying to save some fish. Okay. So. We didn't kill enough of them. I think we're going to need to dive on top of the fish. I think that's how this needs to be handled. So we didn't have the thing up on you, but basically we just need the dragon turtles dead. That's the important bit. So mist form will prevent us from having you die. Who is in range of me while I'm up here? I'm very close to the top I can be. It would be nice to just kill some of the elementals rather than have to deal with them down here. Okay, so not close enough, not close enough. There we go. Okay, I don't see the green. I see the green. Ooh, but it might have just died. I saw the green for a second, and then it disappeared. So it's unclear whether it disappeared because other things got on top of it, or if it disappeared because it died. So we're not going to save. Instead, we are going to set up again as if they were still alive. And pop over there. If I had to guess, I'd say they probably died. There's a lot of dragon turtles in here, and it's not an easy thing to save this fish. This is a very difficult fish to protect. There's just so many packs of these turtles, and there's a bunch of packs of elementals and shit in the same basic location. I need to check on the fish. I'm not sure if the fact that there aren't any dragon turtles around where the fish is promising or not promising. It kind of implies to me that the fish has already died and they started moving away from the fish. Like the fish's location. But that's fine. We will go stand over the center of this. We do have somebody in range. Who is it?
It is down.
Again, the water elementals are doing their thing. I think that fish is dead. I would be very surprised if that fish was fine at this point.
It is down.
I sure don't see no green there
Yes, we've done
in
it.
that pile of bodies. Okay, we're going to... What is this? Okay, so there's more.
Yes, we've done it.
Okay. So there's a bunch of things over there. Those fish are dead. Okay, so this is why we did not save. Because I figured that they were probably already dead. Okay. So, our goal right now is to find an approach vector. You know what I should do? This is the way to handle this. We're going to save the game after every pull, and we're going to just wander around looking for enemies that are high enough in elevation for us to pull from all the way up here. Which I'm not really seeing much of. Surprisingly few. Okay, that's fine. We are going to... We don't need to save again because we haven't done anything. Okay, we're going to drop down. We're going to tag
It's a match for me.
this dragon turtle. We're going to miss that dragon turtle, actually. Okay. I think maybe... I think we're dropping down the wrong position because the dragon turtles are actually all over here. So what we can do instead is drop to here. And then from here, we go through them. And the hope is that by going through them, I encourage them to go after me instead of going after that fish. The other thing I can do is I can actually use Invis right now to basically push there to be a delay in the response time for everything that isn't a dragon turtle. That'll give us a couple of pieces of information. Well, it won't give me any information, but it'll give you information about where the turtles are. Okay, that is a concern. There's so many here, actually. That's a lot of dragon turtles that are already in position. That's concerning. I think it's basically this entire pack.
Easy slaying. It is done.
Oh god. I got myself stuck. There's an enemy behind me. Okay. I moved away from the... Okay. I moved in a different direction than I needed to move in. It's gonna be a tough sell. The other thing that I could try to do, and I think that's a thing I should maybe invest in. I'm actually going to go down a little bit at a time. There should be a fairly large amount of elementals that I can clear by just going down like a little bit at a time. Like that one is clearly aggroing. And as long as I'm not going low enough to get the ground plane aggroed, this should be safe. As long as the ground plane isn't getting activated, this will allow us to reduce the amount of damage that we're taking on our initial entry. Especially since you can see that, like, there's a lot of enemies that were standing around the area that I'm dropping down to. This also reduces the number of targets that will distract me from hitting turtles. Because I can't control every attack that I do like on a fine-tuned basis. I have to pick my battles. There are so many turtles that are standing right in front of here. This is a concern. And I can even, if I so choose, and maybe we should choose to do this, I'm going to save this because none of these have moved. I think now what I'm going to do is we're going to do the same thing, but for the enemies over here. We're going to basically clear the escape route so that we don't have to deal with a bunch of enemies on our way out. We're securing the exit. And then we just have to deal with the enemies in the place itself. We need to make sure that we are aligning ourselves very, very strongly on this side. Okay, clear those out. This was easier when I came through here the last time, because I was, it was before the, it was before enemies were given ranged attacks, if they didn't already have them. So these enemies are all, melees. So the only enemies that I had to worry about that much, outside of like incidental damage, was the elementals. And those fly. So I could basically pull them and then clear all of those out separately. And then all I needed to worry about was danger to the fish, not danger to me. As long as I implemented correctly, I was never in danger. With this playthrough, I'm in danger. They shoot projectiles at me that kill me. So, like it's a very different setup. The other thing is that I can't actually go after those dragon turtles over there very easily. Because if I try to go after those dragon turtles over there, we are going to... they're not going to approach me, they're going to approach the fish. The fish are closer than I am right now. So we're just going to fly to the top. We're now well above the flight limit. We were at about the flight limit when we started climbing. But I don't know if we're above the level that we need to... We're not going to be above the level that we need to be at, so we need to go over here. But yeah, one of the issues that we have is we just don't have quite enough DPS to... Basically, our cooldown on our attacks is long enough that we're going to struggle to clear out the enemies. I think what we do here is we swap to Dragon Breath. Do we swap to Dragon Breath? I think I might want to swap to Soul Drinker, actually. Nah, Soul Drinker isn't going to do lethal. We need to make sure that we're doing as lethal as possible. Do we want Starburst? I think we do. I think we Starburst here. They should be on the ground for the most part. You don't have AoEs to speak of. You don't have any AoEs to speak of. We could hypothetically put down a Wisp. If we wanted to engage in strategy, we could drop down here and then immediately pop a Wisp. And that would... let's actually try doing that. That might be a fun way to do this. Let's save the game. And...
Easy, slave.
we take the initial kill here.
Got it.
And we immediately pop... You're the wrong character. We immediately pop a Wisp which will hopefully take fire for both us and the fish. We blow up everything around there.
One stop. One stop.
I don't know if the fish is still alive, y'all. I think I might have just seen it die. We're gonna try popping out of here, casting Invis. That might be working almost too well. That was crazy. How are we still alive? And I think the fish runs away, maybe? Because I think I saw... That was probably the wisp. That was probably the wisp over here. There's so many bodies. Okay, somebody's aggroed, presumably. Okay. We're not saving under dungeon. We're going to save under caster nonsense, which is a save that has been compromised. We know that that file doesn't need to be there. And then... These are not aggroed, which in theory means that the fish is dead, right?
One stop.
Let me take a look around, see if I can find it. The fish did get all the way to here. We saw it die. Okay. The fish lasted through so much. So we're loading on the dungeon file, and I think we're going to summon Wisp. I think that that's a fun way to handle this. So basically, we are popping down.
It's a match for
We are popping a kill. We are popping a Wisp.
Now.
And then our goal at that point is just to do maximum DPS in the general vicinity of this fish
One stop.
to try to ensure that the fish doesn't die before all the enemies do.
One stop. One stop.
The fish is at half-life. Wait, is that everybody? Is our Wisp alive too? What the fuck was that? We got it! I think our Wisp might have died. Does anyone know how Summon Wisp works? Is it permanent? Five minutes per... I think we just saw it disappear. I think that was the thing that was here, right? Let me take a look. Maybe.
No.
No, I don't think so. This looks like an actual Wisp. Oh, it summons multiple. Interesting. Okay, they do have a limited duration, though, so since they have a limited duration, I'm not that concerned about it. That's very funny. So we managed to save the fish, and I am very happy about that. Let's go ahead and save the game. Mission... Fish sexful. Sexful? Fish sexful. That is a weird mouthful of word. It's full of something, but not sex. Okay, we've got another fish here. Accomplished, exactly. Mission accomplished. I think there's a fish over here. Yeah, there's fish right here. However, we're not on the melees. We don't have to worry about it as much, because we can just kind of dive toward these, and... obliterate them before they get a chance to kill the fish. There's another fish over here. Oh god. Man, this meteor swarm is doing some work. Ah, the thing that I was seeing was the projectiles from the meteor swarm. Not the meteor swarm, the starfall. We have successfully cleared the plane of water and saved every fish. Let's fucking go. And bolster level in Might Magic 7 is up, so we go to Might Magic 7 next. We do need to loot the rest of the zone. So let's see. We're in the, what, plane of water? Clanker's lab is probably a thing that we want. We don't need a thing in the Tomb of Varn. We can get to the Tomb of Varn at will. So we're going to put down a thing here so that we can go shopping. So we're popping over to Ravenshore, and life is good. I'm so happy that we saved the fish. I legitimately, I enjoy saving the townsfolk and stuff like that. I find that nice. To be like, okay, well, these friendlies will not die on my watch. There will be no friendly casualties on my watch. I enjoy doing that. It is 10 times better when it's random fish. Look, in my last melee run, I managed to save, I think, every fish except one. I think we missed a fish, not because we couldn't do it. Actually, did we even? I think we reloaded back. I think we might have saved every fish in the melee run. We might have left one of them dead from the very beginning because I didn't realize that it was under attack. Like, it was early on. Because that was my first time dealing with the fact that the fish get killed. So I might not have realized what was happening. So I might have let one of the fish die, and I might not have. I actually don't know. But I did save basically all the fish. The thing is that pack is going to be way harder on the next melee run than it was on my previous melee run, because again, as I said, the enemies before didn't have ranged attacks outside of the elementals. So I could safely hover above the turtles and pull them away from the fish without taking a bunch of damage. Whereas on my next melee run, I'm going to need to be able to survive all of the incoming attacks from the turtles. I'm not going to be able to just be like, okay, well, they can't hurt me as long as I position myself perfectly.
This item's weak.
So...
This item's weak. We don't need it. This item's weak.
Can you all hear the
This item's weak.
washing machine in the background?
We don't need it.
Let's see here. It's so loud. It's on the other side of the house. Cleaning towels.
Jump.
Towels are the thing that I'm usually cleaning when you hear it on stream, because a normal wash cycle only takes like 40 minutes. So usually you're not going to hear it because it will have finished, and I'm not going to set a wash cycle that's going to finish 20 minutes into a 4-hour live stream and then just leave my laundry in there for several hours. That's just not a thing that I'm going to do, right? But with a 2-hour cycle, it's actually optimal to just start that up right before stream starts and just leave it going for a couple hours. And it's like, okay, well, at the end, we'll take it out 2 hours after it's done. Some number of control cube. Okay, well, conveniently, 0 is a number, so
Looking out, fidget.
without more
Jump.
specific instructions, I am always given an out with that. We'll see if I decide on a different number, because we've actually used a lot of control cubes.
Worthless. Leave it.
Yesterday.
Leave it.
We will leave those unidentified for now.
We don't need it.
I used so many. It's nice. We're making progress.
We don't need it. This item's weak.
We do have some important crafting that we still need to do.
Jump. 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 Jump.
So we will see. Did we make that thing? We haven't made it. We're holding off on using our things. We're waiting on getting
Leave it.
a specific legendary effect that we currently do not have. Oh, you're actually quite good. Oh, you're also quite good. Huh. Except for the fact that it would be kind of a pain in the ass to work with either of these, now that I think about it. Let's see. We have mirror. I really want to get the Leech Restores Mana effect onto my my mana shield
We don't
users
This item's weak.
because
We don't need it.
ooh. What did I just say? What did I just seconds ago? This is what we in the business call streamer luck. This is definitionally streamer luck. Okay. Man, it would be nice to get the Leech Restores Mana instead of HP effect on my Mana Shield users. Bang! Let's go. Okay. So, Water Walking we might be able to teach. Death Blossom we might be able to teach. I'll check. We don't need this. And this. And just getting a legendary ring in general is a pretty big deal. So. Okay, already know Water Walk.
I might be able.
Rarities from across the land.
Okay, so we need to rework this item. Do we have the materials to do so, or do we not? Yeah, we see how few control cubes we have? We're down to just like a couple of rows of them. Very impressive progress, if I do say so myself. Let's see here. Okay, I think we still have a bunch of looting to do over there. So I think the thing that I probably want to do is just organize my inventory to maximize my space, beacon over, then teleport back, beacon over, teleport back, just do whatever I need to do to get my inventory set up. We might be able to make this item, and if we make this item, if we rework that, then we can slap that. We can use some control cubes to make the item, and then we'll have used a number that's a less cheeky number than 0 of control cubes. And I do love me a cheeky number, but... Is that a scouring pearl? We need 2. We need 2. But... Progress. Okay, we got a boss here. We got another ring. We got another fish over here that's alive. I'm so happy we saved the fish. Get over here so that we can track down this body. Okay, grab that body. Something shiny over there. Is that fish? Oh, the wisps are still here. Why are the wisps still here? Are they supposed to only last for 15 minutes? Per point of skill? Ooh, we got an artifact. Oh, right! This is where the thing is. Yeah, it's funny. I remember, like, when I was younger, the way that I would grab that would be I would just, like, get to here and then just telekinesis them from, like, downtown. Just be like, okay... you know, basically stand, like, swim to about, like, here, as high of elevation as possible, and then just, like, pop down to here, cast telekinesis to grab it, and book it out of here. I would also like to point out there is nothing against the rules about using will-o-wisps because we are in fact doing the caster run. So the fact that we haven't used will-o-wisps thus far has been entirely just down to me being, like, overly, you know, silly. What I should do at some point is I should do a summon run. I don't know what that would look like, but a run where I specialize in using summons. One second. Okay, give me a second. Okay. And we back. I had to have a short conversation with them about the. Apparently, there's a Zika case, which is not good. That's not. Dengue is bad in general, and Zika is a particularly nasty strain. So, no es bueno. I mentioned that I think it's coming from the landed properties and because like it always is. I had to like show them on a map like which properties it is that I'm talking about, that there's always mosquitoes nearby. So because he's not an officer from this like area. He's like presumably being called in because it's such a bad situation over here right now. Like it's been a while. Like the duration of this outbreak is long. And God, hopefully they manage to get it under control quickly. It's not good to have the it's not good to have like worse strains start popping up, because it's like bloodborne illness, the way that shit spreads with mosquitoes is like it's not good. It ain't good, folks. You want to make sure that you nip that shit in the bud and do it a lot. Oh yeah, I'm fine. I mean, I'm fine unless I get dengue, right? But like but it's not. I'm not super likely to get dengue. I haven't been bitten by a mosquito during this entire outbreak. The thing is that they're not that common, right? They're doing the fogging, they're doing all of this stuff, right? But like, you have to eradicate every single mosquito. This is a very densely populated area. So if you have one infected mosquito, it could infect a few people potentially, right? Like the degree of like the degree of completion you need to get an outbreak like this under control, where people stop getting, infected, is just really rough, right? It's a really difficult task, and it's not good for people to be getting dengue. The probability that I'm going to get dengue from this outbreak, I don't know, this outbreak has hit maybe a few hundred people, right? Like, the probability that in my area, maybe it's been a few hundred people. Let's find out. Let's find out. Just to assuage people's concerns that I'm a likely target, because I don't think that I am. But we can go over it so that so that we can have a discussion. So let's see. NEA has a dengue clusters thing. Let's see. So I guess I can't go into too much detail without doxing myself. have no idea. I actually don't see my location on the list in an identifiable way. So there is that, but yeah. So I don't think it's even that many. I don't think it's like I'm looking at the list here, and their list the highest number of cases since start of cluster is 55 in the entire country, right? So in an entire like area, there's like been 7 cases with symptom onset in the last 2 weeks, right? That's the highest number in the entire country, which is not a lot. This is Singapore. We are very densely populated. So any of these clusters has probably tens of thousands, or I would say probably tens of thousands of people living within range of the cluster, right? That would be my assumption. It might only be thousands. It might be like 5,000 or something like that. But I think it's probably tens of thousands of people living within range of any of these clusters. To have like 7 a week, individual threat level is very low, right? But yeah, dengue is like real nasty, but like if you have access to proper medical care, I think that you're mostly gonna be okay as long as you aren't like sickly. Zika's real nasty if you're pregnant. That's one of the things the guy was just talking about, which I vaguely remember. I don't remember much about the Zika strain. I remember hearing the name at some point many, many years ago, but I don't know much about Zika. There's been one case of Zika in the area. But anyway, I hope that they manage to knock out the entire pack. But the thing is that it's bad for anybody to get it, regardless of the numbers being low. The numbers aren't 0, and I would prefer the numbers to be 0. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out how to get this thing to stop being green. There we go. I have the things highlighted in OBS, and I'm trying to unhighlight them. And I just keep highlighting new sections of the UI, and I'm like, no, stop. I don't want to highlight any section of the UI. Yeah, dengue's nasty business. I think dengue is the one that gets worse the more times you get infected with it. Because there's like 3 or 4 dominant strands, and getting infected with one of those dominant strands, you're going to be immune to that strand in the future, but it makes your response to other strands of it worse. So it's like it actually reduces your immunity to other variants of dengue. So like the first time you get dengue, you're probably going to be fine. The second time you get dengue, it's much, much more dangerous because you now have that pre-existing bias toward a bad react. We have 2 orbs. Yeah, living in the tropics, you have to deal with this kind of stuff, right? And by you, I don't mean as individuals. I've never had dengue, and I'm very likely never going to have it. But, like, as a government, you have to deal with dengue. In the same way that, like, in Singapore, I never have to deal with a hurricane. But if you live in a hurricane zone, you have to deal with hurricanes. If you live in an area that has snow, you have to deal with snow. If you live in an area that has blizzards, you have to deal with blizzards, which are different than just snow problems, right? Like, generic snow problems are a thing that you have to deal with. But there's also blizzards. Heavy rainfall, always a problem. There's specific things that need to be dealt with on an infrastructure level, right? So one of the reasons that it's been so surprising that this case has gone on so long is that Singapore has very, very good response mechanisms and infrastructure generally for handling these styles of problems. And it's really unfortunate that this particular one has been this long-lasting. It's just unfortunate. But if you didn't have that infrastructure, this would be a permanent thing. You'd always have cases of dengue. Like, you would always be dealing with an outbreak on some larger or smaller scale. Because as long as you're in the region where you have to deal with this shit, you have to deal with it, right?
We don't need it.
So,
We don't need it.
anyway,
This item's weak.
point being, it's important
We don't need it. This
what
item's weak.
your institutions and infrastructure do in response to both local concerns, i.e., dengue, which is like specifically like, okay, certain regions have to deal with dengue
It is closed.
in a meaningful way. We were 6 minutes after they closed. The versus like but also like things that everybody has to deal with, right? Like everybody has to deal with some types of infrastructure problems no matter where they are. And it's just important that the response to it is a good one. Am I throwing shade at Texas? Not deliberately, no, but it is an operative example of what happens when you are extremely wealthy and yet choose to kill your own populace. You choose to deliberately not care about their lives. And that's Texas. The problems that Texas has are self-inflicted problems. Those are problems that the government chooses, the local government chooses to have those problems. That's not even an America issue, it's a Texas issue.
Your supplies are ready.
So there's also America issues that are tied in with that, to be clear. But to a large degree, the problems with Texas are because of Texas, not because of anything else. Every time people, freeze to death in Texas because it gets slightly cold and their entire power network goes down because they separated their power network from the rest of the country and then turned it into a libertarian dystopia. Like,
It is closed.
which is every year. It's every year. Well, Texas isn't American, okay? Texas is Mexican. Let's be clear. Texas is Mexican. The whole Republic of Texas thing is very funny, considering the Republic of Texas existed for, I think, a week as a predicate to joining the United States. Like, it was always a pretext for joining the United States. It was like a whole, it's very silly. I don't think it was a year, no. I don't think it was a year. I think they declared war and were immediately subservient to the United States. Maybe the war lasted a year.
Welcome. A quiet room, you said.
The point being, they declared independence without the intention to be independent. There was never an intention for an independent Republic of Texas from the people who were making the decisions. That was not a thing that they were choosing to do.
How can I help you today?
I mean, with good reason. Like, the U.S. at the time was
We can't
not exactly a superpower, okay?
Jump.
America didn't become a superpower until Europe stopped existing. Like, on the global stage. In terms of regional powers, I think at the time Mexico was a stronger regional power. Let's see. But yeah, the quirks of history that resulted in the United States boxing out the like whole central part of North America are pretty interesting, because we could have easily had an independent like Louisiana or an independent Texas, right? Like if the French hadn't sold Louisiana to America and had instead done something else with it, like it could, like they could have sold that to Spain, right? Like French Louisiana could have been sold to Spain, and then Mexico would be the size, probably larger than America is now, because the entire West would be completely boxed. Like the United States would have been unable to expand west at all. It would have been boxed out by the Louisiana Purchase. So the Louisiana Purchase would have basically ensured that Mexico controlled that whole region. And maybe portions of it declared independence at some point, and maybe some of them did it so successfully. But from a practical perspective, there's like no guarantee. There's no historical reason why it had to go the way that it did. A few key people, because most of the people involved were monarchs at the time, a few key people having slightly different intentions about the region would have led to massive swings in the way that the entire regional development took place. Like, the colonial powers were always going to take control of the entire continent. That was always a given, right? But the specific powers that took control of which areas and how much of a, like...
How can I help you today?
superpower that resulted in... Like, Mexico could have been the superpower in the world. Like, I don't think there was ever any risk that that the United States became, like, the sole controller of North America. But if the Louisiana Purchase had gone to Spain or Mexico, I don't remember if during the Louisiana Purchase era Mexico was already independent or not. But regardless of who it was sold to, if that had become part of Mexico, it's not unreasonable to think that in a single war Mexico could have just taken over the United States. So the subjugation of the entire region by Spanish colonists is not an unreasonable thing to think could have happened at some point, just because of how tiny and, like, functionally irrelevant the United States was for such a long time. It's taken a very long time for the United States to even begin colonizing in the West. Existed is a big difference from... There are a lot of vassal states. Okay, like, think about, like, what are the Donbass republics? The Donbass republics exist. They're not real countries. Like, let's be clear here. The Donbass republics are not countries, and Texas was definitely not a country that whole time. Because again, like, the annexation of Texas wasn't by military conquest. The annexation of Texas was diplomatic. That's not a process that happens overnight. That's a process that requires that you integrate them into the thing. So, let's say Texas declares independence, immediately petitions for statehood. They're a country until they get statehood, right? But they aren't a real country, they're petitioning for statehood. Right? Like, it's not a real country if the goal of the country is to become subservient to another country. The thing that immediately jumps out to me is Singapore, because Singapore never wanted to be an independent country. Singapore was like not intending to become independent. They became independent through happenstance, but if Singapore became independent and then immediately started like trying to become part of Indonesia or something and became part of Indonesia 10 years later, I would not consider Singapore to have ever been a country, because they were a part of one nation and then they started the process of becoming part of another nation, which took time but was fundamentally like they were basically taking the process of stopping being in one country and becoming in another country. That is the process. And I think that the Texas only technically became part of the United States after the war, right? But like, because that's just kind of how that works. That's the process of becoming part of the United States, is to fight a war over it with Mexico. But you're not really independent while your new suzerain fights over control of you with your old suzerain, right? Like, that's not a real country. I remember doing some very minor amounts of research into this and being like, wait, this is what the Texas Republic was? That's incredibly dumb. This is not what a republic is. Like, no one at the time would consider this to be like an independent nation, including them, right? The idea of Texas as a like unique, snowflake that was its own country is entirely dependent on the fact that it was conquered through warfare from another European power, which involved an in-between state between control by America and control from Mexico. That's the entire structural difference between Minnesota or California and Texas, is that Texas was conquered from Mexico. Anyway. Whoops, not new game. But anyway, my point is that those talking points of like the independent Republic of Texas, that shit is new. Like, you're not going to tell me that shit doesn't derive directly from the Daughters of the Confederacy bullshit, okay? Like, the reason that there's this whole Texas Republic shit in modern discourse is not because it's something that's happened in Texas forever. It's Confederate apologia. That's what it is at its core, is trying to, again, undermine the Union that stole all their slaves. That's my perspective. Which, having Googled it and looked at it for 10 minutes several years ago, is objectively the correct position and definitely doesn't require any additional nuance. And I would assume that it probably doesn't. I assume I'm probably correct. But that's beside the point. What are we doing here? We are... Oh, geez, we have 7 levels to gain again? Right, we were going back to 7, right? We also need to sell. Did we already sell? We already sold. No! We have 2 Scouring Pearls, and we have a ring somewhere. So we're finally going to do what we were told. Do we keep the int? Yes, actually, because Leech restores mana instead of HP, but at half effect, is a very relevant effect for these two. It's not really that relevant for other people. Other people don't necessarily need to care about it, but those two don't need HP at all. So this is an effect that we definitely need 2 copies of at some point. Do I actually want to copy this ring? Maybe. We'll find out. And of course, we have 2 options to choose from, and we immediately purge the one option that's the incorrect option. Okay, so we're going to save this. We did purge the correct option this time. And then we are going to try to purge this one. And we succeed! So we just have the int left. That's excellent. So we're going to save this under caster nonsense, which I just realized I saved under the wrong one after I purged the first effect. That's fine. We are going to pump the int on this.
I have too much.
Nani?
I have too much.
I can't even use a diamond on this? I guess we're using some number of control cubes then. That's concerning. Okay, we have both of the effects available now.
No room.
No rooms, no rooms.
But I think that when I use one of these, the other effect is going to disappear, so... That's fine, don't worry about it. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this, I guess. Yep, it did move the other one, so we're going to have to save this under caster nonsense again. We can get up to plus 30 spirit magic, jeez. Is that our last control cube available? We can't use more control cubes on this. Ruh-roh Shaggy. Where are our Ascension Emeralds? So I can't use an Ascension Emerald. This is the highest tier. I can't use a diamond. So we're going to have to use Ascended things. Can we use this? We can. Not anymore. This is concerning. Okay. Do I have an ascended version of you? I do not appear to. Shit. Okay. Do I take plus 18 med skill, though? Do we veer completely off the rails and take 90 luck and 18 meditation skill and see how big of an effect that has? 18 meditation is a lot of meditation. I would get +1 for the next one. And I think that the way that it scales is it has accelerating returns. If I had 20 extra, the expectation is this would double my base SP regen. Do I make this just a purely mono-region focused item. I think I might. I think I'm going to take this. I don't usually take stuff like this, but I think that plus 18 meditation skill is such a high amount of meditation skill that I'm willing to try it. I'm willing to make an item that does this, especially since it's already a mana-based item. So, we currently have mana regen of 65. If I take off this, what was it, 65 just now? 106. Yeah. This will also allow me to check. The next point would give me plus 2.3. So we definitely have accelerating returns here. They're not super fast accelerating returns, but they do exist. I think this is worth it. I think this is worth trying. We currently run into mana problems with some spells, but not all spells. So what I'm looking to accomplish is getting also, do I want to copy this? Oh, I can just check here. I think I'm going to copy this. It's kind of a weird item to copy. This is a strange item to make a copy of. It's not like the most powerful item I have. But like, you know, I could copy a dagger, now that I think about it. Because I currently am using the Staff of the Elements. I don't hate it though. I'm not gonna lie. I think that the Staff of the Elements is gonna take some work to replace, and part of that work is gonna have to be done with a ring, right? Like, I'm gonna need to replace Athena with the the element. Wait, is it a ring? No, the ring is the dark and light one. Is there a dark and light ring, or is it just the necklace? I don't remember. It's a necklace of the elements, I think. So when we get the necklace, like the elemental necklace, I think that's the point where we replace our staff. So I should consider that at some point. And we do have a dearth of daggers, even though we have so many of them. We've gotten very lucky with our daggers, I'm not going to lie. Like, we've had some very solid luck on dagger obtaining, but we'll see. Okay. So, we've made this item. I don't think I copy it. Do I copy it? No, we're fine. We're fine. We're not copying it. We're doing whatever. Next. Why do you exist? Because I didn't decide whether I wanted to just get rid of you or not. We're going to sell you.
We carry only the finest.
Okay. So we have a Scouring Pearl. We are going to save this under caster save. Do we need to use this Scouring Pearl to fix an item? Potentially. I need a hat. This Crown of Final Dominion is legitimately so good, actually. This is such a good item. What a great... That's a top-tier item. Like, that item is actually good in this... in Maw. And artifacts are usually just not very good in Maw. Like, the rings are great because there's so many ring slots, but, like, usually it's like, oh, yeah, I'm going to waste an entire hat slot on this. And it's like, yeah, maybe I am going to waste an entire hat slot on this. Now, admittedly, I could seemingly max out an item to get plus 30 Dark Skill alongside other stats, and that would be more powerful than this hat, but that would require maxing out the item. That's a maxed out item. And if I get my Dark Magic higher, which at some point I'm going to be getting my Dark Magic higher, eventually it's still going to be less. And that is a huge amount of int that it's got built into it. Like, that's actually just a legitimately very good item. It's like roughly on par with a top tier legendary outside of the legendary effect. But most legendary effects you don't even care about at that point, so... Okay. We'll see how big of a difference we have made in our mana situation. So, like, this is 378.
Ready.
And what are we doing? We're doing something. We're doing whatever it takes, whatever it is that we've got here. We just need to get a couple of levels. So, we're not killing Lady Eleanor. We can't steal from her because we don't have anybody with steal. Interesting, I completely forgot about this. Reading what? Let's see. So we finished the GOG place, I think. Bum, bum.
Stone soup. Good stuff.
Also, to be clear, Singapore is a real country because they failed to become subservient to someone else. That's why I consider it a real country, is because they didn't actually manage to find someone to be their suzerain. So they are a real country. It's just they wouldn't have been if they got what they wanted. I feel like I should probably make that explicitly clear, that if Singapore got what they wanted, they would not be a real country. They didn't get what they want. They are a country. The question that never got stipulated, yeah. See, the other day I was planning to ask about what qualifies as a real country. How subservient to the interests of another nation does a nation have to be before they stop being an independent nation? How many years can the process of integration take before a country in the intermediary phase starts to count as a country? Wild how specific this question was, and how directly related it was to what was going to come. Okay, we're just going to wait on that to come to us, I guess. Actually, we can't wait too long or things are going to start dying to traps, and I don't want things to die to traps. I want things to die to me. Okay, I don't have to worry about ranged attacks from these, but I do have to worry about their melee. These I do have to worry about ranged attacks from. So let's deal with these first. Let's see if we can get to the area where the fireball traps are before enemies start dying to them. Because this is the caster room. Let's see. I don't know that Japanese politics has actually shifted that much. If we're being perfectly honest. There's always been a very strong far-right contingent in Japan, and I don't know that the, like, incredibly corrupt, like, neoliberal government that currently is in charge, that has been, like, a mono party for a billion years, is really that different from whoever it is that's taking charge next. They might be. Oh, sorry, not who's taking charge. Who's, like, gotten some tiny number of seats. Like, they've gotten, like, what, like, a couple of seats? I don't know that it really makes a difference. Like, Japan is such a corrupt government that I don't necessarily know that there's going to be that much of a change in Japanese politics unless we get substantially more stuff going on. Japan doesn't have a strong democratic tradition. Like, the parliament... They have a democracy. But I think that they mostly just have a democracy that they just kind of, like, go through the motions with, while fundamentally just doing what the most rich and powerful people want them to do, and voting for the people that the most rich and powerful people want them to vote for. Like, I legitimately don't know that, like, it makes much of a difference who has minority positions in government in Japan. I don't know that that's true. I actually don't know that that's remotely correct. There's a lot of countries that are way more corrupt than most South America. Like, have you heard of this country, this little tiny unknown country called Russia? Right. Like, there's a lot of countries that are extremely corrupt. The corruption in South American countries is mostly due to, like, American interference, where, like, anytime a country does something that America doesn't like, they just do a coup and install someone who will do what they want. And what America wants is generally favorable business contracts and shit like that that require corruption to function. So, like, South America is very corrupt for a variety of reasons, a lot of them directly related to American foreign policy. But there's plenty of really corrupt countries, and it's not necessarily, like, what's the expression? No need to pit two bad bitches against each other. Like, it is. Let's see. I don't think that there's any country that's you could argue is worse than Russia right now. In terms of corruption, you remember what happened to their fucking paratroopers? They had to like get rid of their entire like intelligence division because their entire intelligence division was just feeding disinformation upward to make themselves look good for like decades. Like, Putin had, like, his entire intelligence division executed. Yeah, no, Russia... I think, in terms of corruption, Russia is top tier. Like, it's very hard to compete with Russia. Even with an active war going on, they absolutely cannot get any of their shit together. Even like from a quality of life perspective, right? Like, remember, quality of life for an average Russian is desperately fending off recruitment agents from the state trying to just like kidnap you and throw you into a Ukrainian bullet, right? Like, that's like where Russia is at right now in terms of your daily life of a Russian peasant. Okay, like, it's real bad out there, and it's been that way for years. But even on that level, they're not even like, even if you are treating that as like, oh, okay, well, that's like, if you treat successfully kidnapping your citizens and throwing them into machine gun fire, if you consider that to be their goal and a non-corrupt end is succeeding in doing that, their recruitment officers keep getting fucking assassinated by the peasants on the ground. Their recruitment officers keep getting killed. So like, they're not even successful at that. No. I look, there's a lot of incredibly stupid, asinine, corrupt shit going on in South America. Like, is it Venezuela or Argentina that has the libertarian nut job in charge now? I don't remember which. I don't pay that close of attention to South American politics, but and I'm terrible with names. But I think even that guy isn't on par with what the Russian oligarchs are up to at these days. Let's see. But there's a difference between being popular in your country and being not corrupt, right? Like, South American governments can have unpopular leaders because they have a coup operated by the United States every 3 weeks. Nobody has time to install an actual dictatorship and take control of the media and do all of the things that are needed to do to like actually get dictator levels of support from the populace. No one in South America has time for that shit because America's going to depose them in 2 decades maximum. Whereas, like, Putin's been in charge of Russia for what, like 40 years? He's ruled in like an absolute authoritarian dictatorship where he has complete control of the media. Like, his popularity and how corrupt his country is are completely unrelated phenomenon. Right? His popularity is because of how corrupt the country is. It's like a direct consequence of how corrupt it is that he is as popular as... That shit's omnipotent. This is our first omnipotent enemy. You are very tall.
This one's powerful.
How are you doing on terms of HP? You are all perfectly fine. I don't need to worry about you at all. So we're going to just leave. Let's see. Right, but so having a partially controlled, so first of all, having a partially state-run media also describes the United Kingdom, right? It also describes the United States. PBS is a thing. Everyone has partial control over the media in their country, right? Who doesn't finance any of their media? There's a big difference between that and, for the last 40 years, anyone who has ever said anything bad about Vladimir Putin has been poisoned to death or fallen down the stairs. In anywhere in government or anywhere, like anywhere in the country, right? Like, this, like, Russia is a very different animal to anybody else because they've been at it for so long and they've been so successful at it, right? Like, in Venezuela's had government changes. The same government has been in control of Russia forever. That's not true anywhere in South America. Everywhere in South America has had US-backed coups sometime in the last 2 decades. I would be very surprised to find that there's a country over there that hasn't had a flip-flop between fascists and socialists sometime in the last 30 years. Who hasn't had a military coup? Who amongst us has not been couped by the United States? Let's see. Is he US backed? Let's see. Government. Ooh, in 2006, it was the third least democratic regime in Latin America, and that's tough competition. So it takes some getting used to the idea that 2014 was a decade ago. Let's see. So so it looks to me like elections were suspended in 2015, right? That's the indication that I'm getting here. That's when Maduro just like went, okay, well, we don't need elections because the opposition won the election, so fuck you. Am I getting that correct? Let's find out. I don't have chat open. Let's look at. Let's see. So Maduro did a self coup 10 years ago. Let's see. Unfortunately, the Wikipedia article is not terribly useful for looking at the actual history here. I'd have to like actually look at the details here to see like actually no, I wouldn't have to look at the details. They're not comparable. So basically elections were suspended in 2015, 1 decade ago, because he lost the election. Putin could never lose an election. It's the idea that Vladimir Putin can lose an election is patently ludicrous. He lost an election a decade ago, not the same tier, not even close to the same tier. He lost an election and had to do a military coup. Putin would never have to do a military coup of his nation because the nation is controlled by him and defined by him, right? Well, that's not true. Whoa! Wait a second. Wait, how did you get here? But that was the omnipotent one, right? How the fuck did it get here? Wait. Well, it's not just because Putin kills everyone beforehand. It's that everyone knows in Russia that if you vote for someone who isn't Vladimir Putin, that could be a problem for you because your vote is not secret and people will know what you did. Right? There is a lot that goes into making Russia what it is. Right? There is a lot of power and influence and very old Soviet-era power and influence. There is the consolidation of all of the money in the country into the hands of few oligarchs thanks to America, right? When the Soviet Union collapsed, America decided that it would be a good idea to give control of the entire country to the oligarchs, right? There's a lot of shit that goes down, and to be clear, not everything that is going wrong in Russia is America's fault, right? I'm not trying to claim that America is responsible for all of Russia's ills. The Soviet Union was a nasty, nasty place. But and Russia is a nasty place for reasons that don't involve just the, God, what was the policy? It's not shock and awe. Shock and awe is a different thing. I'm trying to remember, but basically the policies that the West adopted during the collapse of the Soviet Union that were basically like, let's be as economically predatory as we possibly can to this new country and fuck over absolutely everyone in the country to make a buck. And I just don't remember what it was called. But basically that resulted in the current oligarch situation that we have right now. Because the oligarchs are not like... The oligarchs come from the capital era, right? The oligarchs are from the fact that it is actually a capitalist country, right? The transition to capitalism is what resulted in the current oligarchic structure that they have. The oligarchy is fundamentally born of capitalism. the previous bullshit that they had, the like absolute monstrous like authoritarian dictatorship, that wasn't a capitalism thing. That was like fascism thing, right? But their current oligarchy is not like fundamentally an issue of fascism. It's fundamentally an issue of capital. But that's beside the point. Point is that it's very hard to compete in a battle of corruption against Russia and come out looking dirtier than Russia, because Russia's just so corrupt at every possible level. It's built on corruption in a way that like less stable countries simply cannot be. Russia has been a state of corruption, like where the entire state is built on the concept of we are going to be as corrupt as humanly possible for longer than most states have existed. Like, it's pretty wild, because like the Soviet Union was incredibly corrupt, right? As well, and the transition was like it's almost like how Reconstruction failed so badly in the United States. It's like Reconstruction levels of failure to actually meaningfully address the like issues with taking a country from like a Soviet Union is, I think, like state capitalist, maybe, economy, like centrally controlled, like state capitalist economy, and swap that into like a petty oligarchy with like sort of like a mix of state and private capital. Though I don't even know that it's much of a state capital economy. North Korea is, in my opinion, going to be conquered by China at some point. At some point, China is just going to decide that North Korea is better off as part of their glorious empire, and will just annex them. And nobody's going to give a shit. The rest of the world will just go, okay, that checks out. I don't know when it's going to happen, but that's given how territorially expansionist China is. At some point, North Korea is going to point the wrong weapon at the wrong country, possibly China itself, and China's going to go, okay, this has gone on long enough, and just annex the country. That's my assumption of what's going to happen, is that it's just going to be China. I don't know that China has like the political infrastructure necessary to do like coups, and I don't know if they would want to. So like the like there's the possibility that they decide to do like a regime change in North Korea, the way that America would, like the way that America handles its foreign policy. But I don't know that they would. They might just annex it. Like legitimately, I don't know that regime change is a thing that they have in their I don't know what their equivalent of the CIA is, but I don't know if they have that in their book or not. They might. I just don't know. I've never heard of of China engaging in regime change. It's entirely possible they've been doing it for many years, and I just don't know anything about it. Like they might be doing it in Africa. The Belt and Road Initiative, I don't know if they have like a again, like Chinese version of the CIA arm of that's engaged in like doing regime change to Like, just doing a little bit, ensuring that the right people come into power so that, like, China's investors are happy. I don't know that they have that kind of a thing, so I don't know. I think that the fate of North Korea is going to be inevitably being conquered by somebody, and when they do get conquered by somebody, I don't think anybody's going to care. South Korea will pretend to care, maybe. You can't buy North Korea. How do you buy a dictatorship from somebody, right? Like, there's just no mechanism to buy a country, because countries have militaries. I owe you money? Okay. I mean, China doesn't own other countries. Not any more than America does. And America doesn't own countries. They have all sorts of financial relationships with countries that are very predatory. But, like, America controls countries in ways that are financial, but they don't... The countries don't stop existing because American banks are like, okay, well, we own you now. Like, you have to actually conquer a country, or you have to do a coup. At the end of the day, money is fake. Weapons are real. So whoever has the guns in the country decides what money is. So, because, like, North Korea doesn't have any, like, you can't really leverage trade relationships with a country where, like, there isn't any. There's no, like, with Russia, you can, like, you can leverage the offshore holdings of the oligarchs to, like, impact the country, right? To impact the country's policies. I don't know that there's an equivalent in North Korea. I don't know that they have that much in terms of holdings overseas, because, like, the country's so poor they don't have any money. Like, the oligarchs in Russia have money. Like, are the Kims even wealthy? Or are they just dictators of a tiny nation that has no money, so they themselves also have basically no money? They don't have any economic ties elsewhere. So, like, I just don't see... So that removes a point of leverage, right? Well, the thing is, it doesn't matter whether they're out of military power, because at the moment, they would get their asses kicked in a war by South Korea. South Korea has a much more powerful military than North Korea. But South Korea has no interest in annexing North Korea. So, like, the thing about North Korea is that they don't even need to have a military, because they have landmines. And with landmines, they don't need a military. Because there's nothing, like, there isn't a real interest in taking anything that they have, because, you know, as you said, they don't really have, like, a bunch of resources. And there's no... I just don't know that there's anybody who really gives a shit about the country. I feel like militarily their biggest threat is China, not South Korea. South Korea's biggest threat is probably also China. Just because, you know, North Korea is too poor to have a real military. But, like, I don't believe that. I don't believe that there's the political will to actually engage in warfare to take back that country. I've seen no indication from Korea that it gives a shit. They might say that, right? But I don't think that there's actual political will behind it. I don't believe. If Korean politicians periodically talk about, like, the glorious Reconquista, I would be very surprised. If they talk about reunion through, like, any other means, then you don't need a military to protect against that, right? Like, North Korea is not militarily threatened by South Korea thinking it would be nice if, you know, their cousins weren't getting slaughtered by a dictator, but not doing anything about it, right? Like, there's no, like, as long as they're not willing to actually do anything to help those people, which I believe is currently the case, then it's not a threat to the current regime. So, like, they don't need a military, is what I'm saying. The only, like, they need, like, enough of a military to keep the populace in line. But North Korea is one of those countries where they've had such complete control over media for so long that the country's fundamentally feudal, right? Like, there's no, like, democratic, like, conception in the country. The kind of, like, expectations that basically everyone else on Earth is at least familiar with. Someone living in North Korea has no conception of what a democracy is. Like, even Russians are vaguely familiar with the idea. Like, Russians are like, yes, democracy is when you put Putin's name on a piece of paper. Or occasionally the other guy. Who's the other guy that Putin keeps swapping between? So Putin swaps presidency and prime ministership, or whatever the other title is, with some other guy, and they just switch back and forth of who's which, the head of which, like, government part.
Beats me.
I'm really struggling with these. They're moving way faster than you'd expect. And this is just a Broodlord. This isn't even the Omnipotent one. We are in for a rough time here. Yeah, exactly. Like, there's no information permeation through the country. It is, like... It is the equivalent of, like... medieval France. Like, that's that might actually be an exaggeration. It might be more like medieval. God, what was an Iceland? Maybe Japan? Like medieval Japan, maybe, because Japan was very isolationist at the time. Because you're looking for a country that is more isolationist than your average medieval country. Because your average medieval country was communicating with its neighbors and was communicating in a variety of ways with a variety of different groups, right? So, like, the dynamic of most medieval countries is not more democratic, but is more, like, aware of the existence of other places. As far as, like, your typical, like, North Korean person is concerned, I would not be surprised if their world was like Narnia. Where it's like, okay, you have this incredibly tiny micronation that is the entire universe, right? Like, Narnia as a setting has, like, one tiny nation, and that's it, right? Like, maybe that you can go on a boat to get to one other country or whatever, but fundamentally the region is tiny, and it is reachable by boat very rapidly, and all of the politics are local. There isn't, like, an empire of China somewhere off in the distance in that setting. Right? Like, Narnia, which has, like, an army of, like, 50 guys, is a superpower in that universe. And that's the scope, that's the scale that I think the world takes on in a place like North Korea. Where it's like, oh yeah, we have constructed a universe where, like, the world is so small that this tiny micro-dictatorship is like not only a major world power, but is the most powerful nation on Earth, right? And because that is, from my understanding, what they believe. Like they're taught to believe that their country is going to beat America in their upcoming battle once they decide the time is right and they stop being so kind to America by not conquering it, right? Like, they think that. And they think that because they think that the world has 100 million people living in it. Are you talking about the HP percent thing? Oh, that's a legendary thing. Yes. Basically, all of their spells are being maintained by their HP pool instead of their mana pool. So they're maintaining. I should have just left. I need to. I need to take advantage of the fact that I can do that. We did the correct thing there, and then I didn't finish. But yeah, I would not be surprised if the average person in North Korea thinks there are 100 million people on Earth, and that that 80% of them live in North Korea, and that every other country is some tiny microstate that, you know, is constantly harassing North Korea. Yeah, we're not in a great position there. Potentially. The issue is that now I've killed these so that these are going to show up here no matter what. The first enemy, when it died, that changes the spawn location of all of these is the same as each other. So what I'm looking to do, in theory, is spread these out a bit. So now they're spread out at least a bit. I don't want to leave into the new zones, though. I want to exclusively leave back to where I just get... Fuck, I was not in the place I thought I was. These are really quite speedy. I'm having surprising amounts of difficulty here. I think I want to probably just try to pull this one solo. And we're not going to succeed because it slowed down and the others sped up. Well played, well played. Is the one in front even the lowest HP at this point? Who knows? Wow, there are so many in play. Actually, wait, what? Okay, this is an air warlock. I'm not a huge fan of the fact that the one in front is now one of the top tiers. That's okay. I'm looking to kill something here. There we go. Now that we've killed that here, we can just pop out this way. And then when we come back in, it'll just be that one. Or that group of three, rather. So this group of three is right here. We just clear them out. And I was kind of expecting that to be lethal, I'm not gonna lie. Once we take them out, we can just go save again. Let's see. Yeah, beholders are the things with, like, the eye. They're not, like, called beholders, because beholders are actually D&D copyright material. They're not like it's not actually a generic term, it's just something that people use generically. It's kind of like Illithid. So Mind Flayers are a D&D creation that periodically you'll see in other games. Like Final Fantasy 1 has Mind Flayers in them. But they don't call them that, at least not in the West, because that is a controlled creative property. I mean, it's not any different than any other copyright. That's what copyright is. Like, it's not any different than copyrighting the character Harry Potter, right? It's just it's a fictional construct that you've made. The only problem with copyright is the fact that it is legitimately way too long. It's not the only problem with copyright, but the biggest problem with copyright is the duration of copyright is ridiculous. Like, patents only go for 20 years. Well, okay, patents kind of only go for 20 years. In practice, they go for an unlimited amount of time. But, no, because they're part of the Creative Commons already. You can't copyright a vampire, not because vampires can't be copyrighted. I mean, you can copyright a vampire. Edward Cullen is copyrighted. You can't copyright the concept of a vampire because vampires already are a thing. Can you make a thing that's similar to a vampire, that's legally distinct, and then other people can't use it? Yeah, you can. Now, it has to be distinct enough from a vampire to make it so that you can actually legitimately claim that it is a unique creation of yours, right? But depending on how nice your country is, so coming back to Russia, in Russia, you could just copyright vampires. And the courts will support you as long as you're Russian and the people that you're suing are not. Okay? This is a thing that people in the whatchamacallit community. What's the collaborative storytelling process called? The same can't be said about Beholders because the company that made Beholders is Dungeons & Dragons. They made the thing. They didn't exist as a creature before before D&D made them. Mind Flayers are the same business, right? Like, they are a very distinct creative property. Like, the real Nerf is mine. I made it, right? Like, there is no pre-existing real Nerf, right? So as a thing, right? The real Nerf is not a thing that anybody can use and just be like, oh, well, it's like using a vampire. It's like, well, no, it's not, because the person who invented vampires was 100,000 different people over the course of 6 millennia, right? That's just not how copyright works. Like, the copyright on Dracula, I'm pretty sure is expired by now, because Dracula was created by a person, right? But, like, vampires weren't created by a person. Like, the thing that's going wrong with the analysis is directly comparing a creature that an individual artist created 50 years ago and comparing it to a vampire, which is the easiest thing in existence for people to create and has been created 1,000 times in 1,000 places that have some distinct properties to them. But, like, the concept of the vampire in the sense of Dracula, that particular rule set, that was created... God, when did Bram Bram Stoker alive, right? Like, Bram Stoker's Dracula was created a bajillion years ago, right? Like, that was a very long time ago that was even that variant on the vampire was invented, right? There's no folklore beholder. It's not a part of our creative whatchamacallit thing. With that being said, that doesn't mean that I agree that they should be able to have unilateral control over the existence of a thing that was created by a person who, to be perfectly clear, almost certainly does not work for the company anymore. Copyright is not good in the way that it currently exists, but not because it's silly for them to be able to, like, claim that they made Beholders, because they did. They did create Beholders. I created the Rilnirth. It's a thing that I made. I have a special relationship with the Rilnirth that nobody else on Earth has, right? I made it. And does it have a relation? That's not true. I've received some dimes, though. I actually don't know that the Rilnirth is not a relevant thing in the in my current setting. None of the monsters in the current... Sorry, it's a relevant thing in my setting, not in my current books. The Rilnirth is the next big thing that happens in the history of my setting. But the monsters that I have... Oh, the person who created the Beholder was, I'm sure, paid a salary. They were paid a salary. Work for hire is a bitch. It really is. And that's the thing, right? The copyright should be held by the person who created it. And the thing about copyright, in my opinion, this is my opinion about copyright, that I think is an educated and realistic one, which is copyright as a concept should be about profit. It should not be about creative control over a thing that you've created, because as soon as you have published a thing, that shit ain't yours anymore. It is part of ours. Us as a world, as a global community. We now have a new thing that has been created that's beautiful. However, financially, if anyone's making money off of that shit, one of the people who should be making money off of it is the person who created it. And it's complicated to write that law. It's complicated to write it. But from my perspective, control over how that character is used, or that creature is used, or how that intellectual property is used should not be a component of copyright law outside of the very beginning. We're talking maybe 5 years. Maybe 5 years. And after that period of initial creative control, which I am willing to just eliminate that period of creative control completely after publishing. I think prior to publishing, no, someone should not have the ability to steal your creative work and publish works with it when you haven't published. That's crazy. Like, the idea that your private copyrighted material is being published for profit and you just need to get a kick of that's not a reasonable way to deal with art. That's not a level of artistic lack of control that I'm willing to think should exist. But artists don't need creative control over how their characters and their settings are used. What they do need is to be paid every time someone makes a dollar on it, and that I do think is a thing. Let's see. Well, that would be a patent. That mechanical thing would be a patent. and they may very well have a patent on that mechanic. But I would be surprised if it's still valid, because patents are usually 20 years. But yes, the patent law is its own can of worms, right? Patent law is its own can of worms, and there's a lot of stuff that... There's a lot of patent trolling that goes on in the video game community that people are mostly unaware of. Like, a lot of, like, load scene mini-games type stuff is, doesn't exist anymore. Is, whatchamacallit, is not in existence now because someone patented it. They filed for the patent on it last year. I personally think that I think that it makes sense to be able to patent an entire game system, right? Like, if you wanted to patent everything that Pokemon is and say, okay, no one else can make a game with these IVs and this mechanism for tracking heritability, like heritable traits, this mechanism for catching Pokemon, this mechanism for this, and to say, okay, anything that shares 80% of its DNA or 90% of its DNA with this exact structure is in non-compliance with our patent on it. I could see a world where that makes sense. The idea of patenting individual, like, singular game mechanics is it's just patent trolling. There's no non-patent trolling usage for something like that, in my opinion. I guess that's not entirely true. There's some monopolistic reasons to do it that aren't, like, patent trolling. But, like... yeah. From my perspective, the whole Pal World case is kind of a nightmare scenario where I don't know what the hell they're doing. It feels to me like they have access to fairly strong cases and they have exclusively focused on the craziest fucking cases that they could try to pull. My guess is that they don't want to actually open the... They don't want to set precedent by accidentally creating a winning case. So, it's important to know that Nintendo doesn't want to win the case. Nintendo wants their opponent to settle the case. What do you mean if that became a thing? That is a thing. Patenting game mechanics has always been a thing. It's been a problem in the industry. Patent trolls are a component of the industry and have been for as long as I've been alive. There's a lot of things that have gone wrong in the industry as a direct consequence of patent trolls doing patent troll things in the game industry. But the issue that they're running into is the people who created most of those systems that we use all the time, those people weren't corporations. They were just people. There was no corporation that could do patent trolling. There was a person who could try to do patent trolling, but why would they want to? They're a creative person who wants to make cool shit. They're not thinking about it in terms of, oh, I could create this incredibly, like... I could create this mechanic and then sit on it, and then no one else can make this shit. Like, that's not the goal of an artist. But the only reason that it's not a problem with basic core mechanics is because they were invented by individual people in their garages. If the current structure of the game industry was what created any of the core stuff that we think of in gaming, 100%, the game industry would have two companies in it because it would be too litigious a field for anybody else to step foot into it. Like, think about how litigious WotC is, right? Like, WotC is extremely litigious. Nintendo's extremely litigious. Like, there's a lot of extremely litigious companies in the space, and the only thing protecting us from them is the fact that they didn't exist when a lot of the cool shit was made. WotC is Wizards of the Coast, the people who made D&D. Well, the people who own D&D. The subcontractors who are currently in possession of the intellectual property for their overlords at, like, Atari or whoever it is. It's not Atari, it's Hasbro. Right? So, but yeah, Hasbro is very litigious. Nintendo's very litigious. All these companies are very litigious, and they always have been. Like, as soon as you get a business manager involved, the artistry takes a backseat to the other stuff. She's upstairs, so she hasn't currently been triggered to drop down here yet. Unfortunately for me, I think that one of these people spawned in that hole. So I think one of the broodlings spawns is in the hole. I'm gonna see if I can pull them out of the hole, but I think they might have spawned down there, in which case I might not be able to get to them. We'll have to see. Yeah, but basically I'm clearing every enemy that's down here on this level before I deal with the upstairs enemies. Wait, are you... Okay. So yeah, we'll deal with the Omnipotent. Unfortunately, because of the swapper here, because of the swapper effect that she has, she might actually get swapped into that pit. If she gets swapped into that pit, well, the thing is that Levitate doesn't work. I'm gonna die instantly if I fall in the lava. So I need to kind of hope that she's not down there. You're in that hole, aren't you? You're definitely just standing in that hole. Okay, well, that's a problem. If I fall in the pit, I die instantly. So... yeah, it's actually not even real lava, I don't think. There's a couple of kill planes in the Might and Magic series. I think that's just a kill plane. Actually, we are going to reload the autosave. We're going to invis, because she might not be spawning in there, she might be walking in there. Alright, later, Celestial. Okay, she did spawn in the lava. Drop to here. Yes, she's definitely in the lava. How do we deal with that? And she's going to spawn other creatures that are also going to be in the lava. Let's see. That's possible. I don't think that's super likely to work on a time frame that I'm willing to invest. That might take hours. Like, that might take literally hours to be able to get that, because she's going to be wandering around down there. It might take hours to make that happen. The faster solution is for all of us to cry out as loud as we can, Malekith! Like, literally, like, that would be faster. So I think what I'm going to do is we're going to try to do... That's interesting. Do those walls not... Usually you can slow your fall with a wall, but that wall I don't seem to be able to for some reason. Because if I could kill her and then teleport before I hit the ground, then that gets the job done. Okay. Okay, I'm going to jump to this wall. We are slowing our fall right now. And then as soon as we hit the ground, we die, right? Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Bear in mind, she has the combined amount of HP that we have to deal with. An individual spark is going to do like less than 1% of her HP, and I have to deal with 4. I have to deal with her and then 3 spawns. Realistically, I'm only going to hit with 1 spark every 3 castings if I get lucky. Sparks is not a viable way to... I think she has way more. The total amount of HP is, yeah, probably... I guess we can check. I'm hitting for 150k with my dragon every hit. My guess is she probably has 3 million HP personally. Ignoring her figures. Well, the legendary is only doing 1% of their max HP. With a Sparks. Like, that's not... You remember how long it took for me to take down enemies, like spamming spells and hitting them with every single casting? That's absolutely not a viable means of killing this. So apparently she only has 750,000. So the total combined is probably around 3 million. So this character has the legendary on them. I'm not going to hit before the thing goes done. And honestly, it doesn't matter. I don't actually care, because what I'm going to do is do a feature request in the Maw community, because it's very silly to even consider doing this. I can't. Actually, I might be able to. Wait, we might be able to do this with mouse controls. We'd have to switch to mouse. We'd have to switch mouse look on, but I might be able to get it done with mouse look. There's not. I can't look down far enough to see an enemy at the bottom of that pit from the lowest point that I can get to. But with mouse look, you have a longer range looking down and up, I believe. Okay. I have filed a feature request. And we're going to ignore that enemy for now. Basically, it's more effort than it's worth to do that. There's already logic in the game for handling creatures that spawn out of bounds, and it's entirely possible that there's an easy way to just add to the logic if you spawn in contact with a kill plane, which is basically just part of the map that the player dies instantly if they touch it. It's entirely possible that that's a fairly easy thing to do. I'm not going to try the mouse look thing unless I struggle with the omnipotent one, because it would require that I actually change my settings and deal with stuff like that. If the omnipotent one pops down, if it swaps with the creature in that kettle, then I'm going to have to try to figure out a way to kill that thing in the bottom of the kettle immediately. But I'm very likely going to be spending a lot of time dicking around with the omnipotent one, so I don't need to. Basically, I don't need to immediately deal with that situation.
Let's take it.
Let's see.
I think we can take it. Let's take it.
Yeah, so this could swap
Easy, slave.
into that enemy, and if it does, then we have a problem. Okay. So what our goal is right now is to see if Rock Blast will get the job done.
What's some?
Rock Blast will probably get the job done. Let's see. Reload. I don't need to reload. If she swaps with someone else, it's fine. Let's see. It's just a matter of whether she swaps with the one that's down there. Well, if that happens, basically, it's going to happen at some point during the fight. And if it happens, so there's only one target that that isn't in that in that room that she could hypothetically teleport to. Oh, actually, that's not true. She could swap to an entirely different room that's down here. I didn't open that door. So those are floating around over there for some reason. I'm going to go invis and come back. It would be so funny if the first omnipotent creature we had teleported to the bottom of that pit and we somehow, like, lost it. Yes. So if an enemy is in an out-of-bounds position where it's, like, clipping into the wall, if they're getting stuck in some way, then there's logic to pull them out of the wall. Basically, with the default game mechanics, it's not uncommon for a creature to literally spawn inside of a wall and be unkillable. Where it's like, you cannot kill this thing, you will not find it. Oh, you also regenerate, don't you?
Beats me.
Oh, that's a problem. I'm just now realizing that one of the things that you do is regenerate. You probably can't fit through that door. But yeah, so because things can spawn inside of walls and things like that, and because of the fact that a core component of the mod is clearing areas, getting 100% clearance and things like that, like what percent clearance you have matters on a mechanical level, which it doesn't in the base game, right? We have an hour and 12 minutes to get through this HP bar. That's what we have right now. But we also have an infinite amount of time because we can take as many streams for it as we want. We're going to save right here. Under dungeon. Yeah, we're basically going to see what happens. How'd you get here? Wait, how did you get here?
Never seen one before.
But how did you get here, though?
Never
Wait,
seen
what
one
the
before.
Does Omnipotent have an effect that I'm unaware of? Because that wasn't a swap. There's nothing it could have swapped with that would get it access to me. Does Omnipotent have an additional effect that allows it to teleport near you if you move away from it? Okay, she swapped with somebody. Wait. Actually, I'm crazy. I can get her to swap with the thing in the kettle, and then I can kill the thing from the kettle. Wait a second. What am I thinking? If I leave the area, she'll just teleport back up. Like, she'll go back to her default location. So the fact that she's a swapper is great for me, actually. This is the solution to my problem. If she swaps with that creature, she goes back home. And it does not. So we're actually we're shooting for her to swap with that broodling and bring the broodling somewhere else so that I can then leave. It's not going to be that RNG because she's going to at some point trigger her swap, and there's only going to be one creature alive by the end of this for her to swap with. Right? Like, there's no way that I'm killing her before I kill every other creature in here. And she has a bajillion HP to play with. I don't think it's very RNG at all. I wouldn't say it's guaranteed, but, like, they swap on what? Like, 30% of attacks? She just swapped again, right? Like, it's gonna happen. Okay, I think what's happening is that she has the ability to just walk in here. Yeah, I think we're golden. The other thing that's actually very funny is that because of her current positioning, I could, if I wanted to, hypothetically do some very silly stuff. Yeah, she must have dropped out because she was right there. She was right. When I saw her there, she was just in that place. So for whatever reason, she wasn't going there before, but she went there. Did I need to save there? Probably not. It's not a big deal though, because part of our strategy here does involve leaving and coming back. So I don't have to worry too much about it. So this is just a normal air warlock. And we did not... Oh! Why? Oh, she's swapping with me. Okay. That was very funny. I'm glad that we saved, actually. Okay, I think we've got a clear mechanism for success here. Let's actually attack the right creature here. Actually, you know what? Whoa! Oh, right, yeah, you're a puller too, huh? I'm probably dead here. Don't have enough spell points. I don't think she can hit me from her current position. You sure can, though. Please? You didn't die. You know what? I can't hit the Air Warlock in the back. I'm gonna try it. Oh, I'm out of mana. Damn it! Fraction of a second too late. We almost got that. We almost had that.
This one's powerful.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, if someone survives one hit, they're gonna die of the poison. Oh man, this is delightful. Okay. What a hectic position to find ourselves in for this. Like, okay, do I simply please? Okay. That is alarming that she's so consistently coming down there now. Because before she was not. So let's get... Why? Oh god, I was still on the thing. I was still on the elevator, so it didn't trigger when I stepped backward. Man, sometimes I make good save decisions. Clever girl. Okay. Okay, we can kill an extra warlock here. With the hope being... You're gonna kill me? She doesn't have that much HP, at least. I could drop the elevator first. That is a thing that I have as an option at my disposal. Wait. I don't know that I can. This elevator, I don't know that you can put this elevator down by clicking on it. I think I might not be able to get the elevator back down. We can try it. It is slow. Okay, we're fine. We're gonna cast Invis and get an idea of what things look like over here.
I don't know.
That's what things look like over here, huh? Okay. So she's right here. I think what I'm actually gonna do, just to make my life easier, I'm gonna use an item that... Is there more enemies over here that I haven't killed? Did I not clear this, or is it just that she's been following me? No, there are enemies over here. Okay. Unfortunately, she has been following me. She's maybe not far enough away at this point, but that's okay.
Yes, we've done it.
We are in the green. Perfect. Okay, it's good that we cleared these. What is happening? She's like actually pathing to me. Okay, this is wild. We're using an apple. We're saving the game. Because what I'm going to try to do is basically just take a few pot shots at her. and try to get her to swap. Like, where the heck? What's happening? I want her to swap with that critter. Minotaur Lord. Did she swap again? Wait, where did what? Okay, she swapped again. With somebody. When did she do that? I didn't see the swap message. She must have swapped with one of the... I don't know where she swapped. Did she swap back to her default position? Because there's other things. Well, I'm glad somebody's paying attention. Okay. She did not swap, so we're probably gonna die here. She didn't swap. Okay. See how it goes. Just pop back up here. Okay, she's still at full, which is not a surprise at all. I'm gonna just try to run through. We succeed. Oh shit. Fuck! She's almost dead, actually. Holy shit! This is actually going okay. We might be fine. Because we invested in scales, because we invested in our durability, we are no longer the, like, glass cannons of yore. Right? Like, this character would just, like, kill us before, right? Okay, she swapped with somebody. Are you a broodling? You're not. Life is sad. Okay, I need you to swap with broodling. Do I want to... I'm actually just going to reload. You know what? It's tempting to just let the heart of the cards decide whether we kill the broodling or not. That's what I was going with. But... You know what? I will... No, we're going to let the heart of the cards decide. If we are meant to kill that broodling, we will kill that broodling. If we are not meant to kill that broodling, it simply will not happen. The fates will decide if we kill that broodling or not. Tides go in, tides go out. You can't explain that. I don't know how that's related to fate, but we'll go with it. Oh, man. Woo! Dun, dun, dun. You are poisoned, okay. You're just also weak. Potentially, but that's fine. The thing is that there's a lot of EXP loss that I've eaten as a result of dumb decisions by me, you know? So, to be clear, what happened there is two swap effects happened. I got swapped with her, and she got swapped with a different creature. So, because she got swapped with the other creature, what fundamentally happened is I swapped positions with the other creature. Oh, disease as well, yes. Rather than her or me getting swapped with each other. So she is probably... Is she in her original position? Or was she in my position? I don't actually know which she's in. Doesn't matter which. Alright. Can I get into the green by just running south? I think I can. And I might be willing to... I'm now realizing that... Oh, right, I haven't killed the enemies in there. She could teleport in there. Maybe. I actually don't know if she can swap in there. Can they swap with creatures that haven't been seen yet? I think they can, but I haven't seen her do it, so I'm not positive. Oh! Have you considered that you don't want to do that, maybe? Yeah, we're going to be able to handle her, I think. I think we can. I think we make this happen. Okay. We would much prefer to fight her in more coherent corridors. Where she's more likely to get confused, and the angles on her are easier. But I think we've got this. On a fundamental level, I think that this is a winnable fight. I was a little concerned because of the fact that she has regen and reflection, but I have so much durability now that I don't actually have to give that much of a shit about reflection. Reflectors are not going to be a problem at this point. Should I kill the ones downstairs first, actually? Elephant. Why is one of your feet shadowed so heavily? Run immediately. Okay, she didn't... I don't think she warped. Should I check if I can get a full clear here? Because I might be able to get 100% and then I can save as much as I want. Let's find out. Because there's a lot of enemies down there. Ooh, one of them's a Thorn Lord. $96. 98. 99. Yeah, we were going to be able to get 100% from just this fight. There's at least a couple more enemies there. They could create a thing like that. The issue with completely penetrating those kinds of stats is that if you just completely penetrate armor and resistance in a game that relies so heavily on those resists, it just doesn't really work super well. The mechanics of the game are not working in your favor there. Like, if armor penetration takes the form of doing, like, basically making it so that attacking a armored target is more similar to attacking an unarmored target, then, and that makes sense in a game, then that works. The issue is that, like, with a game with this kind of scaling, where it scales by orders of magnitude, you're, like, the way that I would put it, it would work in vanilla. Because the numbers are low enough in vanilla that it would be dangerous, but not, like, just make it so that every attack automatically kills you. But, like, my party hasn't invested in any resists, right? And even with, whatchamacallit, even with no investment at all, I still have a minimum of 65% resist right now, right? That's with basically no resistance investment at all. So penetrating that, and anybody who has any actual investment is going well above 90%. We're talking about orders of magnitude of damage of difference, at which point you might as well, like, I don't actually have a problem with, like, from a design perspective, I don't have a problem necessarily with, I don't like things that automatically instantly kill you. I think that fundamentally biases things in favor of, like, spellcasters that can fight safely in a way that I don't appreciate. There's a lot of games that do stuff like that, and I think that it is a detriment to the game balance every time. Yeah, especially because they also, in 7 at least, they also have sparks. So it's like, oh, great. So in addition to having an instant death effect that can proc on any hit, you also hit like 15 times per attack. I'm looking for you to swap with the enemy downstairs. Okay, I think I need to invis, and then we're gonna do our, like, final battle with you. We're gonna see if it swaps. It may and it may not. We just don't have any way of knowing. I haven't seen it swap with that critter down there yet, and we have seen it swap several times. It's possible that it can't swap with a thinger. Yeah, the equipment break was just because they were killing you, though. Like, the knocking unconscious is what breaks your armor with them. I don't think... Actually, can the lower tiers break? Is that their affix? So, in Might and Magic 6, I always gave every single character 10 Master Repair, because all the dragons break shit, and they break items every... Like, the inventory management necessary to deal with dragons was just way too much of a hassle. So if you just give everyone 10 repair, which is a fairly small investment, it doesn't take that much, you can just repair everything back up to full by just going into your inventory and right-clicking on everything. Which, pick one. Yeah, the low-level titans might break stuff too. I think that enemies can only have one, like, added effect at a time. So I don't think that the top tiers, which kill you, will also have the other effect. But I could be wrong. Please? Oh. This is an issue. Oh, we are in trouble. Okay, I need to swap to... I think you are going to swap to this. We're not going to have you using White Bull. Because I don't have enough regen on you to keep you alive. We need to get this up to mastery for one of that. Yeah. That is true. I think on my melee runs, like, basically on every run, I dodge every attack. I don't try to, like, because in base Might and Magic 6 you can't become immune to instant death. So basically, I have to dodge every attack in order to realistically survive, because I also don't allow myself to revive. So, I think in Might and Magic 6 they only show up outside, right? Yeah, she's not swapping now. I think she might not be able to swap into that spot. Okay, interesting. The broodlings retain all the affixes. Oops. Okay, so we have to fight from the other direction. We can't fight them from that direction. Well, we can if we were willing to leave. Actually, give me a second. When we finish... Well, I know she's broodling. I didn't realize that the broodlings themselves would also have all of the affixes. And it's funny because it says that they're exploding or this or that or the other thing, but they all clearly are swift, even though they don't say swift. So it's like, oh, okay, you create a spawn group that is also itself a swarm of death. So what we're going to do is very simple. We might die. Yeah, we did that. So the other thing that we're going to do is we're going to do basically the exact same thing, only this time, when she dies, we are bailing. We're getting the fuck out of there. We're right next to an entrance. We can just bail on the dungeon. We've got the dungeon completed. We need to head to the next area anyway. Yeah, Hermit's Isle is... I'm gonna die. I didn't die. Okay, we're fine. You know what? I can save here now that I think about it, because we have 100% completion. Oh shit, I didn't change.
Ready.
Oh god. This is a concern. Even if she dies, I die. Yeah, where'd you come from? Where the hell did that come from? Where'd that random fire warlock come from? No, there's a... The elevator is a less consistent way to bail than, the thing there. Unfortunately, I was thinking that I could actually see the exit from where I was standing, and I can't. Wait, is the fire warlock from this corridor? Oh god! Don't stand in front of me! She's in that corridor. Oh. Yes, there is a summoner affix. That's exactly what's happening there. Okay, well, look. I've never claimed to be... God damn it. Okay, who's getting... Okay, you're dying. We're gonna cast Cure Poison. Cast Cure Weakness. And I guess we'll just invis our way back up again. Yeah, Summoner. And I did forget to do the thing. Wait, are you following me? No, that's the... You know, for some reason I don't have disease. I should, in theory, have disease. Oh, I healed. My heal is Cure Disease. I'm like, wait, why am I not diseased? It's like, oh, because you heal with Cure Disease now. Okay, speaking of which, we are going to set ourselves to Cure Disease as our heal, because we need to heal Cassowary, because Cassowary doesn't have quite enough durability to ignore.
Never seen one before.
Okay. She should be getting low. Man, the swap paired with the pull is really wild. Knowing that I'm eventually gonna fuck this up is kind of fun. It's like a time limit built mostly on how long it's going to take for me to screw up the... Oh god! She bolted toward me and just spawned them all right as I'm getting... delightful. Oh, can I... Oh, I can get it from here. Okay, we're golden. Oh. Alright, we're less than golden on this attempt, though. There's basically a movement profile that will keep her doing what she's doing, going back and forth like this, with a fair degree of consistency. I should be doing this. Okay. And now we just need to get the fuck out of here before we die. We're gonna die. But we can load the autosave. Will it work? It won't work! We can't actually load the autosave! The autosave doesn't work! Because we can't cast Thinger off of this. Give me a second, we're gonna see.
We'll be back.
Okay, we're gonna try to immediately cast Fly. Oh god! An immediate fly doesn't work that well. Ooh, boy. Oh, this is gonna be interesting. Okay.
Let's get out of here.
Okay. I only have so many hands, you know? Okay. You are probably poisoned. Fuck. We can make this happen. We can make this escape work. We can make it happen. Okay. I don't know how I was doing that the last time. It's fine. Everything's fine. Wait, are you hostile? What are you doing? Okay. Please don't kill me. Please. We got out. We got out. Okay. So now we have a giant pack of omnipotent broodlings to deal with. So, we survived the escape. We're going to save this under danger. And we're going to go back in through a different entrance because we want to ensure that those friends of ours are doing their thing. How are we doing? We have not reached the point where we need to leave yet in terms of EXP. The giant swarm of broodlings up there. Oh, that's beautiful. I'm actually super happy that I decided to just go kill those enemies. They might. I actually don't know. I don't know whether they fight or not, so... Actually, I do know if they fight. They fight something. It might be just the rocks, but I know that they fight something there because one of the guards was attacking something and it wasn't me, because they weren't hostile. So I don't know what they were attacking, but they were attacking something. Actually, do I... Yes, I'm going to finish clearing. Oh, no. Okay, so we have to come from up atop. We can't come from a different direction right now. Yeah, I would assume it's... Yeah, the rocks. That's my assumption. Like ROC rock. Let's see. Nope, wait. No. So let's see. We should be able to just fly back over there. Let's see here. Yeah, we got rocks and thunderbirds. Let's see here. Do we save under cast? We can't save under caster save. This is definitely a dangerous position that we're in. Okay, so this omnipotent monstrosity is now like 15 omnipotent monstrosities.
Let's take it.
Why are there so many? So it looks like it's not a standard Broodlord. It looks like it actually splits into one of every type.
Let's take it.
Oh, these aren't Broodlings. These are actually just a shit ton of bosses. Oh, this actually is a Broodling. So this one's a Broodling. This one is... These are just normal bosses. Interesting.
Let's take it.
So we could hypothetically... Oh, right. What I wanted to do was actually just get to the elevator and bring the elevator down. So let's go do that. Assuming we can, we might struggle to get the elevator down. Like, how are we going to get through you? Man, the fact that I did not put that elevator back down is a major, major issue. Because I don't know that I can actually get through this. There's a possibility that I can walk through this. But there's no guarantee that we're going to get an opening that we need in a timely manner. I don't...
Take it.
Nah, this is the way. This is the way.
It's a match for me. It's a match for me.
Now we just need to figure out how to make it happen.
This one's powerful.
What I'd like is basically to kill one of them. If I can take one of them down, then we'll be in good shape. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to switch you. You don't need to be healing right now. You need to be dealing damage. And actually, we're going to do Prismatic Light. You are going to do this. No, I don't think I can. I think that would be against the rules. Clearing the exterior, I think, is against the rules. The very arbitrary nonsense rules that I make myself. Look, I don't make the rules, I just make and enforce them. Yeah, I basically, because I haven't cleared these yet, and Nyon is reached via this dungeon, I'm not really willing to go do that first. But yeah, I don't think this is gonna be too bad. Actually, that worked pretty well. We got them all down by quite a bit there. Of course, it's the swapper. It wouldn't have mattered because it hit a target that kills. The dungeon is mechanical. Look, my definition of complete is the one that matters. If it wasn't my definition of complete that mattered, we would have a very different situation going in a lot of these places, because we'd have to actually, like, break the rules to leave an area when we didn't kill all the friendlies, right? Like, Castle Navan is a great example of, like, a place that, if we were using the game's definition of a completed dungeon, we'd be in trouble. So I don't give a shit what the game thinks is a dungeon completion. I only care about me. The way of caring about what video games think about. The nice thing is that, like, the swapper, the puller, all those, they don't matter as much as you'd think, by virtue of the fact that if they hit me once, I'm probably dead anyway. The fast one is the one that's the biggest concern. The fast one keeps popping out and killing me. Because there's so many here. Did I not? I'm on the right spells. We're basically looking to do maximal AoE damage, because every time we hit an enemy, we are hit stunning them. But more importantly, like, there's going to be a different enemy at the front every time we peek. So while we're only trying to really kill one enemy so that we can make progress and flee, the way we kill one enemy is by doing AoE damage. Because I can save in here now because I'm at 100%. So I've got all of the spells swapped over to. That was fast. Normally in a situation like this, I would have to change it every time. But yeah, we got some of these pretty low with fairly limited investment. I do feel like it's reasonable to get a clear here without things getting too weird. But not if I have to pull back like this, I think. I think if I have to pull back into this room, we might be just boned. Though it's also possible that pulling back into that room is the way to do it. Let's take a look. If we fight in here, will they... don't love that. Yeah, we're taking pot shots pretty regularly. The issue is that they're desynced in their attacks, so the need to continuously peek to stop them from approaching means that, which I actually don't know that I need in here. That one was attacking when I was behind cover, I think. So that indicates that like that attack was started when I was behind cover. If they're attacking while I'm behind cover, then I'm probably just boned. If I could just get this swift one. I do think that we probably need to approach from the other side. We need to be able to basically get multiple engagements here. So if I can get through the middle, because
I think we can take it.
no, they just kill me. Because if I cast jump, then I'm casting a spell, and then I'm not invis anymore. So we would definitely have to. I don't know that I could jump over them anyway. I might not be able to even make that jump, but I definitely wouldn't be able to make the jump because as soon as I cast jump, I just instantly get evaporated. So, because I'd be casting it right next to them. Let's see. Like there are periods where I feel like we've almost got an opening. I haven't seen a real opening yet, but there have been periods where a slightly different layout would lead to an actual opening. Like that's very close. We just need one creature to be a little bit different. We're looking to take advantage of very narrow windows, so if I put it on double speed, I'm just going to lose my windows too quickly. There's like the windows are not going to last long enough to have it on double speed. No. There's been several points where we just needed one person to be a little bit further out, or a little bit further in, or a little bit further to the left or right, in order to have an opening. So I think it's viable. I don't think their behavior is meaningfully impacted by the others in a way that would prevent Thinger. I don't think they're going to move out of this corridor in any meaningful way. Because this is their spawn location, and they just are going to meander around their spawn location. That is very close to being an opening. Interesting. The leech effect is not impacted by the Mana Shield, I don't think. I think I actually might have had an opening there that I missed because I was distracted by thinking about other things. Ooh. Ooh, that was a maybe. There might have been an opening that opened up very briefly there. Okay. We are going to make a couple more attempts by combat. You know, I actually could. That is not against the rules. Should I do that? Should I just be mean? Are we going to be mean about it? We're going to be mean about it. It's going to be funny. We're getting close to the end of stream. So... What just happened to my elemental? Did it die instantly? You're not just gonna let me get away with this, are you?
Let's take. Let's take it.
This Will-O-Wisp is at full HP. There's presumably multiple in the pack. Why are you injured?
It won't be any easier.
I don't know.
Okay, so one of the Will-O-Wisps is almost dead. Operative word there being almost. So here's an actual question. I think we sacked
I think we can take it.
a. I don't think they were poisoned. They were just unconscious. We sacked an elemental to save the fish, and I think that was a good thing to do. I think that's a good and reasonable behavior. Do we want to not allow any of our other elementals to die? Because that was funny. Like, there's so many targets beating on this elemental, and they're just not doing any damage to speak of, right? Like, so we've got the first one down. Our Will-O-Wisp is still at like 80% life or something stupid. I think we're going to maybe want to walk out the door before this Will-O-Wisp dies. Because I think it's funny. We're walking out the door. We're walking back in the door. You're back to full HP. So we did kill at least one. And since we killed at least one, in theory,
Never seen one before.
you're gonna actually swap to healing.
Okay.
Because I'm actually doing too much AoE damage and hitting the reflector and killing myself. I need to keep an eye on my Will-O-Wisp HP. Oh, you're so close to dead, though. Oh, no. I haven't made progress this time.
Never seen one before.
I'm going to struggle to make a large amount of progress here because
It's me.
we did. I think we only spawned 2, right? Does it say we spawned 3? It does say 3 maximum. It says it summons a Will-O-Wisp. 5 maximum. I don't know why we're summoning 2 Will-O-Wisps, but I think that we did only summon 2 of them. We, I think, are going to swap you to Implosion.
Ready?
And I think I'm going to make it my purpose to try to kill
Take it.
this one specifically.
Okay.
And yes. So my goal is basically to burn the Swift or the Venomous. Well, according to the tooltip, I should only be summoning 1. And I have 5 of them that I can summon. So it's like, you can have a maximum of 5. Okay, I think we kill the Shadow easily before our Wisp dies. Easy. No, we're at Grandmaster, but if you look at the thing, it says summons a Will-O-Wisp, 5 Will-O-Wisps maximum. So that's the maximum you can have summoned at once. But it's not the number that you summon, according to this tooltip, is 1. According to the tooltip, it's only 1. I believe in vanilla, it was 1, 2, 3. It was like 1 of the low tier, 2 of the mid tier, and then 3 of the high tier. But according to this tooltip, I'm only supposed to be getting 1 per casting. Yeah. But I don't know. Maybe I am supposed to get more than that. In which case, in which case, I might have actually.
No.
Need you to die, please. Okay, that one died.
We'll be back.
Leave Thunderfist Mountain. Enter Thunderfist Mountain. And now, our 2 Will-O-Wisps are just still cheerfully chilling. Okay, this is the Swift one. We're going to try to burn down the Swift one and fail. So we'll see who ends up being in front. Looks like the Puller is the next target.
I've never seen one before.
Oh wow, this Puller is melting. I think the previous time some of my projectiles were getting eaten by the Wisps. So this is the Reflector.
Never seen one before.
So let's switch you to healing.
Ready. Beats.
The important bit there is just not causing any damage to yourself, not the actual healing.
Take it.
You know what? I stand corrected. The important bit there might actually be the healing, because holy shit, we are taking a ton of damage from you.
I don't know.
We're out of mana on you.
Ready? I don't know.
We can burn down the Reflector before... Reflector's down. We still have some time left here. But...
Never seen one before.
do we want to invest? I don't think... I'm casting Toxic Cloud right now. So... Shrapnel's not a bad idea, but Toxic Cloud is cheaper, and right now I'm out of mana. Yeah, Toxic Cloud is my current spell.
Never seen one before.
What are we doing on you? They're honestly healthy enough that I think I want to try to burn down one more. Because I don't even know... They might be still splitting their damage.
Ready.
Yeah, we did do the thing that we needed to do, which is switch to Thinger. Now we can swap to Light Bolt. How are we doing? Everybody's still healthy. We can take down the Thorns Warlock easy. Thorns Warlock is down. Summoner's here. I think that the Summoner is lower, but the Exploder is more reasonable to hit. This Will-O-Wisp is pretty low. We're gonna see if we can burn down the Swapper before the Will-O-Wisp goes down. You're too low. I'm not gonna risk it. I know she was low too, but we had already made so much progress there that I'm not gonna risk eating. Oh god. This Swift Warlock is gonna be on me. Ooh, so are you. Okay, well. GG. But we have an autosave. We have an autosave. Why are you on me? Don't do it! Okay, this is funny. You know what? This time I think I'm just gonna sit back and not get in range for them to see. I'm just gonna chill. Are you gonna run to me anyway? Oh god, you're just gonna run straight to me anyway. Why are you both coming after me? Uh-oh. Ruh-roh, Shaggy. We have a problem. We have a problem. Oh, did I just get killed by my own will-o-wisp? I think I did. I think that I got tagged by the will-o-wisp.
I don't know.
Let's see here. Yeah, this is fine. We got this. We do want... So basically we want to ensure that we're getting a hit on them while they're over here. Which will encourage them to stay put. My friend, I need you to definitely not move any closer to me, because if you come any closer to me, my life is going to be kind of miserable. We don't have a reflector over there anymore. So I wonder... I can't see... Okay, we did in fact lose the other wisp. So we're gonna need to... do better. We don't want to kill the Broodling, because the Broodling is going to increase the amount of damage we're taking when it dies. So goal is to kill the Exploder. We're going to follow that up with... This is the Broodling? Oh, we already killed the Broodling. So never mind, we maybe do want to kill the Broodling. Let's see here. We don't have a mod in chat, do we? Did you just... Hello, friend. I'm doing this for your benefit, please. Please don't shoot me in the back. Please, friend. Let's see. Okay, there we go. Nope. There we go. Okay, now I'm the only one who has to look at it. Okay. Please? Don't do it! It was so close. It was so close. Okay. I can't just make things easy and be like, yeah, okay, there's will-o-wisps, and it doesn't matter if they live or die. I have to be... Oh, baby. If they don't start attacking me and they just keep attacking the will-o-wisps, which is not going to happen because this exploder's just going to kill me. God damn it. If it had just not walked, if it had kept doing what it was doing, we almost had the perfect setup where we could probably just clear the entire pack. I need for you... You know what? I'm gonna do? I'm gonna die to my will-o-wisp because I walked right into it. We are going to swap to AoEs.
Ready.
Including Dragon Breath. With our goal being to blow all of them up in time. No shot. That was the will-o-wisp, right? Okay. We're gonna reload. We don't have time. Okay. I'm actually gonna stand over here.
Never seen one before.
I'm wondering who to attack. I guess I'll just go after the swapper. Could you not block my projectiles, friend? Going after the swapper is like the worst possible option. Okay, Will-O-Wisp is gonna die first. If I'm not splitting the damage between both of my pets, it's gonna be a lot harder.
Hey!
To keep them alive. Okay, let's see if we can burn through this one before the other one goes down. Okay. Where's our elemental? You're still 100% fine. Holy shit. You're so fine that I don't want to leave. But I also am afraid of my own Will-O-Wisp killing me. So I think we leave.
We'll be back.
We leave anyway. This is a really good setup, but we're leaving anyway because I'm afraid that I'm going to get shot by my own elemental and lose the progress that I've made. And sometimes that do just be the way, you know? Alright, so we've got a Venomous Warlock here. We're just going to try to kill it. Our Will-O-Wisp is fine right now. As we kill them, the fight gets easier. The more of them that are down, the less DPS they have. And since they have lower DPS, I am better able to just clear them one by one without my Will-O-Wisp being endangered. So this is a Broodling. It is going to spawn more when it dies. That one is very low for some reason. Will-O-Wisp is starting to get lower. You know what? We should, instead of casting this, just cast Rock Blast.
Ready, let's take it.
These are air elementals. I am crazy to be spamming Implosion. And I think you actually switched to Radiant Light too. Whoa, look at my mana bar! Are you gonna make my life hard? You sure are. Okay, we're gonna pop out of here. Oh no!
I don't know.
Why are you not spawned immediately? That's weird. Concerning? I might die? These broodlings are a problem. Okay, we're gonna reload and figure out how I want to handle this. If it's just the one hitting me, I'm probably okay. But it's not going to be just the one for very long. Basically, what I need to do now is burn one Broodling down, leave the dungeon, and come back without having gotten killed. That's basically what we're looking to do now. So that means that we need to swap our spells a bit. It's fine. I'm not going to worry about it. Okay, that one's toast.
You see, it was
Pop back in. That is actually a fair point. We could We could cast Summon Wisp right now. I don't know if we have the mana for it, though. Okay.
Get out of here.
So with those in play... I don't know that the enemies can hit me from here. It looks like they can. We now have Wisps in play off the bat. I'm not super confident that this is going to work well for me. And we only have the autosave at the moment.
You see, it was
We're gonna try it anyway. Let's see what happens. Because we have up to 5 Wisps, and we now have 4 summoned. So we have plenty of Wisps available. We could even summon another extra Wisp. The AoEs will kill me if they use any fireballs, that's true. Their fireballs are not that crazy, though, because they're just normal Broodlings. Like, this is the lowest tier of Warlock. Like, they're not bosses. So... And I think it's only the Fire Warlocks that have an AoE. So if we can kill just like the one asshole, who we can actually use Implosion on to good effect.
ready to use.
What do you need to do? Do you need to just be casting Soul Drinker? I think you maybe just need to be casting Soul Drinker, because I don't know that I can actually hit anyone from there. Are you casting Prismatic Light? We're not casting Divine Intervention. It would be very strong, and it would in fact be too strong. We're not casting Divine Intervention. I'm not allowing that degree of shenanigans. I don't think I can hit with Shrapnel is the thing. I think that my Wisps are going to block the projectile. Unfortunately, by hitting, basically, I'm trying right now to just use spells that are line of sight spells. Because if I use anything with a projectile, I think it's just going to hit my Wisps. I'm not going to do basically anything with most of my characters until I get mana back, and I'm not going to have the opportunity to get mana back for a while. I think we're fine now. We've taken out the one enemy that needed to go down. Wait, these are Broodlings. Ooh, that's concerning, actually. We are leaving. We're leaving, we're coming back with that one down. Because with that one down, we can maybe encourage you to move a little bit further out there. And then we don't have to deal with them in here. We deal with them out there.
I don't know.
What just hit me?
I don't know.
Okay. We do need to swap our abilities, though. Let's see here. Need both of you to go out there. I don't think I want to run to the elevator because I want to be able to... Could you not? Stand right on top of me. I am very concerned about how many targets there are right here. Now is a good time to Dragon Breath, I think. Nah, we'll swap to this. I could probably make it, but I can't save my Wisps by going to the elevator. If I go to the elevator, my Wisps die. We got one of them dead. I can't leave until I get eyes on my critters. This is a strategy that I think is fundamentally going to cause problems for us. So let's... I'd like to yell you away from this corner, but I can't yell you away from this corner, apparently. Oh, am I stuck? I'm fully stuck. Yeah, I can't...
I think we can.
You are at negative 600.
Bah! 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 Bah!
Okay. If I just take a little bit of a break here and don't cast anything, I can maybe put myself in a better position for the next entry. Let's do this. So, none of our things have died yet. We're at 104. So we are over time right now. I'm definitely going to get killed by the wisps here. The ones that I have just summoned are going to cause major problems for me. Okay, I just got nearly killed on the way in. Don't love that for me. If I can kill this summoner, that would be nice, because the summoner won't spawn new ones.
Never seen one before.
What are you casting? Rock Blast? The Rock Blast is hitting my thing. I think we Inferno. Because our left side is getting the projectiles blocked. This is a Broodling. Where'd the... But yeah, we have a lot of Wisps over there. I would assume that they're spreading their damage between all of the different Wisps. Can I see?
No.
Ooh. We might struggle. You're still alive. I think we reload. There's a possibility that the others have already died. That was actually a lot of damage coming out. So I feel like there's a decent chance that the others were killed, and that's why I was taking so much damage there. Okay, let's keep an eye on... Okay, that's rude. Let's see. We can even summon one more if we want. Okay. Nope. Okay. The issue that I'm running into now is that the ones that I've got here are just not going where I need them to go. Though, this is a fairly good position to be in. Somebody just died. Do we leave? Are you gonna kill me? You're going to try, I believe. We're leaving.
Let's get out of here.
Okay, we've switched the enemies over there. I'm gonna die. We switched the enemies over there
We'll be.
to thingers. And goal now is to burn through some of these broodlings and not die in the process. Which, good luck with that. Spawning a bunch of broodling fire users is something that I don't necessarily want to save. Like, that's not progress in the classic sense. That's a very dangerous situation. Okay, that one's toast. Something else died. We got some of the Broodlings in the back. Is this the thing I save? Let's go a little bit further. Where is my wisp? I want to get eyes on its HP bar. I don't know that I can kill anything else without running into problems. It is interesting that I'm actually like pausing the game before they even spawn in out there. This is kind of funny. Okay, unfortunately, one of them came in here, which means there's only one outside. But the bulk of these are actually coming all the way to me for some unknown reason. Oh no, did the one in the back die? We need to check on the one. How many do we have right now? We're gonna die here. We're just checking. We have 2 out there, so we're fine. Okay. Yeah, we have a total of 4 up still. If we can kill this one, it would be real nice, but I think it's gonna kill me. Oh my god, it didn't kill me. Okay. Do we still have 2 up? Yeah, we still have 2 up out there. 2 up out there. Do I move? Yeah, I'm gonna move over here. These are both fine. They've moved away from me, which is great. You're low. You are not. Is there anybody that I can kill before things go to shit? No. I'm just gonna leave.
Get out of.
We're popping out. We've got another one down. And it's an actual boss. Let's see. Okay, unfortunately there's only one out there. We don't have a good angle on hitting anything. I'm gonna reload the autosave and just try it again. Okay. With me standing right here, I'm hopefully gonna be okay to do the thing. It looks like we do have 2 out there. And we just got killed by one of our own wisps. Love that for me. The degree of consistency with which they are killing me is very funny. They really want to be in that corner. Okay. They really want to be in that corner, and in that corner they will kill me. Could you not? Oh my god, it's so funny. There's no shot we're killing this with no projectiles. No, not a shot. No shot. Oh god, it's 113. But we can't leave. Like, we can't end stream. This is just gonna have to be a really late stream. Like, how on earth am I supposed to just, like, abandon the battle? Let's... You know what? There's not that many left. I'm gonna try to get out there. Okay, both projectiles just came out. Okay, there's a couple that are still over... Yeah, of course there are, because they're not spawning over here. Oh, shit. So, this is going to be kind of interesting, because they are still spawning in that room. So, it takes a while... Oh, God. I'm not likely to kill this thing. Okay. Well, it's mostly just a matter of if we kill the broodling in the door, we have to kill its brood as well, right? Like, it's fine to kill the broodling in the door and then just be like, okay, well, maybe we RNG our way into something. God, it's so funny that we should have taken at least one step forward before we spawned these. I don't think it would make a huge difference, but it would make a difference. Oh? This one is actually in between me and the wisps, so I should be able to kill it. What'll be really funny is if I kill it and then the projectile that my wisp was just shot at it ends up killing me. And instead I die to a broodling that just... Did my wisps just kill somebody? Why are there so many... Did the wisps kill something and spawn? They must have killed one of these. Okay. Okay, I can't hit with projectiles. Yeah, the broodlings have so much less HP than everything else that if the wisps are attacking the broodlings, they can kill them before I finish a boss. Okay, there's two here. There's one there that I'm seeing, which in theory... What am I casting this on? Okay, I need to switch to Inferno.
Ready to use.
Okay. Unfortunately, Inferno isn't going to do a ton of damage to the Broodling Warlocks, but... I think the other one should be fine right now. Maybe not now, because, like, we just... I need to check on my other... Wait, I just check on my map. Okay, yeah, the other one died. So... I can keep an eye on it, basically... Imagine if I had double-clicked, huh? Why am I dying? Wait a second. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, there's two over there right now. Okay, so yeah, we still have everybody alive. We're going to swap to Inferno for now. And we are going to... Do we need to swap anybody else? I don't think this is going to work out for us, because we only have one person dealing any damage. And that Will-O-Wisp is going to burn down fast. Because it's the only one out there. Okay, we're reloading. Okay. I think you need to switch to Inferno, because you're too far to the left. You're gonna consistently hit my wisps. That Will-O-Wisp is already below half. So low. We got the kill. The Will-O-Wisp is still up. Do we have anything else that we're going to work on in the immediate term? We could try to burn you down. We don't have friendly fire now. But the projectile is still going to get blocked by the thing. So think we might be able to burn through a couple of these. We can definitely kill something. There are definitely still 2 alive targets over there, so we are going to pop out. No, Inferno doesn't hit the Wisp. Your AoEs don't hit your own friendlies. That's why they're still friendly. They would turn hostile if I was hitting them. So these started attacking over here instead of attacking the targets that are actually close to them, which is kind of strange. Okay, I'm gonna try going for this one, maybe. No, let's just shoot here, because we'll at least... Oh god. Nope, we're gonna die. Interesting. Why are you attacking over here instead? Why are you all coming this way now? Okay, so you have a certain amount of HP. I think my goal right now is to burn through the broodlings. I want to just burn through every broodling. This one is fine. You're not that fine, though. I think we will kill the lowest tier ones that are already in play before... Shit, I don't actually have vision of the door. Okay, we have vision of the door from here. Do I try to... No, I think that we've already killed a couple of the enemies here. We have one right in front of us. I think this is one, right? This is a little bit of green, so we definitely have everyone alive. We are casting telekinesis.
We should be going.
It doesn't matter a lot what I'm doing with this character, because Raven just doesn't have the mana regen to sustain here.
I don't know.
Okay. Unfortunately, we got gipped by our... one of the wisps behind us. Okay, that's pretty convenient. If we can keep them on this side of us, we should be in a very solid position where we can see every wisp.
Let's take it.
We got this. So, there's fewer and fewer of them with every kill we make. Now that the broodlings have all been disposed of, all the mid-tier and high-tier broodlings have been disposed of now, so... Oh wait, nope, there's still one more broodling there. So let's try to kill this one first, though we can't necessarily target the shots on it precisely. Okay. The hope here... Okay, I'm not going to deal with you right now, I think. She's not dead. I would like her to be. Okay, she's now dead. We have that wisp. We have that. That wisp is very low. I let that wisp get way too low. Okay.
Hey, back! Back! Back!
Yeah, everybody's still alive. That's the important bit. I am getting killed by... Wait, did you turn hostile?
I don't know.
Give me a second. No. Oh no. I don't have the ability to heal you. I don't have the mana. Okay.
Pray.
That was dangerous. Okay. You need to recast preservation. And I think we reset here. Yes, we reset here. That was very spooky. Luckily, we had the one tick with which to recast the spell. Okay, this is going to kill me because it's going to spawn a trio that's going to kill me. But I don't have a way of getting away from it, so... If they just use single target attacks on the wisps, I might live, but... Oh? Oh? Clutch?
Let's get out of here.
Okay. Everybody's alive? Okay, everybody's alive. Let's keep going. Not a huge fan of this setup, but that's okay, I guess. You're gonna just kill me, right? Somebody's gonna kill me, okay. Okay. Look, it had to happen eventually, because they're just like leaking and leaking and leaking, and I'm like, okay, well, you know, as long as you don't keep leaking but not killing me, I guess it's fine. But yeah, basically, I would love to end stream, but I'm not ending stream until I have the ability to make an actual proper save. Where I'm not in the midst of a combat. You know? There's no shot. There's no shot. Okay. Okay. You know what? Why are they behaving like that? They're like not aggroing on the wisps for some reason. Like you can see the wisps are just kind of like shooting them and doing nothing. And then they're eventually realizing that they're supposed to be doing something and going, oh wait, I'm supposed to do something here. Very unusual. I think I'm gonna die from something. I can't even move. Okay. We could... We actually managed to get them all out there. So hopefully with all of our wisps out there... Why are you so tall? That one's toast. How are you? You're very low. I would love to take out both of these. Yeah, we need to switch to maybe Dragon Breath for you. No, let's switch to Soul Drinker, just because we're going to be needing to swap eventually. Where are you? So you are still alive, but not for a ton of time. I would love to get this job done before you go down. And we did not get the job done.
Let's get out of here.
I'm not willing to wait for another round of combat, so...
Should have seen one before.
Okay, for right now, we should have the ability to Rock Blast.
Should have seen one before.
And I think both of our Will-O-Wisps are over there. Doing fine.
This one's powerful.
We're not taking that much damage on this one, which means that I feel like they're probably attacking the other one for a lot more damage.
I've never seen one.
If this one's still this healthy, but I can't see that one.
Pray.
I think we pull out here, just because I can't see the other Will-O-Wisp. We're probably fine, but we might not be. They are all alive, but I don't know how healthy they were in the previous. The one that says die? That's Soul Drinker.
Let's take it.
I could switch to Dragon Breath. It's Soul Drinker. Because Soul Drinker has a AoE lifesteal component, so the portraits are glowing to indicate that they're being healed by it.
I don't know.
Yeah, we eventually got Soul Drinker. It just took a while. Okay. Something died. I think this is the last entry. I think we're fine. We're now at the point where, as long as we don't get killed by our Will-O-Wisps, I think we're basically safe. There aren't enough of them left to deal the damage they need to deal.
Yes, we've done it.
So we are now in the yellow. And we're in the yellow because of the enemy downstairs. As long as none of our Will-O-Wisps try to shoot that enemy, we're golden. And the Omnipotent is dead. Soul Drinker has fairly mediocre damage. It is like Inferno, basically. But it's like Inferno with a healing component in addition to that. So it's like, it's not super high in damage, but what it does have is it allows me to do indirect damage to every enemy in view, which is very nice. The same reason that I'm using Inferno, right? So that's going to be it for today. We went about a half an hour over schedule. Hopefully tomorrow we'll have some... we'll be able to loot all of this stuff. That'll be fun. Yeah. Good times. We'll see what kind of crazy loot we get. I think that all of these are basically just counted as bosses, so I think that we're going to have a lot of loot tomorrow. Later, folks.